to order. Call to order the City of Littleton City Council study session for Tuesday, November 9, 2021. The time is 6:31 or 17:31. Council, we have one item on our agenda tonight, a study session item, which is ID number 21-236, Littleton Hinsdale Road Settlement and Economic Assessment of the commercial area. And I'll just turn it, well, wait, I'm sorry. Council, we are going to be considering, we are going to be considering two items under ID 21-239. It's a two-piece. So one of it's going to be a contract for geotech work costing $30,000 to be paid by the city. The second item is a contract for a study regarding the commercial area, and that will cost, the cost for the study session will be about $5,000. That will also be paid for by the city. Let's see, then after we hear from staff, we will be providing staff direction on how to proceed on those items. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to expand on a couple of those items here. So we do have some options here for council to consider here on the Hinsdale Road settlement and how we might approach that. And then, as the mayor said, we do have this economic assessment of the commercial area that we'll talk about as a second matter here. Let me make just a couple of introductions here. Myself and Reed Betzing, City Attorney, we're going to make a brief presentation on this topic. We also have Keith Reeser, our Public Works and Utilities Director, here this evening to answer any questions that council may have, specifically about the Hinsdale Road settlement. And then I'm going to turn it over to Phil Cernanek. He's president of the Littleton Village Metro District number, is it 2? Yes. Yes, 2. And I think Mr. Cernanek can make some introductions here.
I don't know if my microphone's on, but
Push that button.
press it right. This one's working. Okay, good evening, everyone. Sorry about that. Phil Cernanek, I'm president of the Metro District Board for District 2, which is primarily a residential district. Behind me from my right to left, your left to right, is Jack Buchanan, who's president of the District 1 Metro District, and he's also president of the board for the District 3. Next to him is Trish Harris, who is one of our councils, along with Megan Murphy, who is an associate of Trish's. Thank you.
Okay, so just a little introduction. We'll talk about the Hinsdale Road settlement issue. In the staff communication, it provides you a little bit of history here. We were back here before council in May of this year. We had a proposal here from the Metro districts to participate with the city. The council couldn't reach consensus around that, so staff has been working with the Metro districts here just to talk about what's the next approach here. And so this evening, we do have a new IGA, a draft IGA, and Reed Betzing can describe that a little bit more detail. And then once he's done with that, I'm going to come back and talk about the alternatives on how we might approach Hinsdale Road. So Reed?
Thank you, Mark. Mayor, Council. Yeah, just to append to what the city manager was referencing to, back in May, we heard from Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Cernanek, regarding some of the issues affecting Littleton Village. It was really kind of two parts. One was kind of the economic issues going on with that development, and the other being the road settlement issue happening at Hinsdale. At the time, back in May, the various metro districts had proposed potentially paying up to $150,000 for the repairs to the road settlement. I would say legally, the argument has been and is out there that the city's position is that we have never accepted that roadway, and that I would assume the metro district's legal position would be that the city should have accepted that roadway. With that said, the metro districts currently do not have the ability to front those repair costs. So back in May, the discussion centered around, at least as it relates to the Hinsdale Road settlement issue, the metro district's contributing up to $150,000. The city would be fronting the cost of that repair, whatever that repair amounted to. And then ultimately, the city would begin getting repaid once the metro district had satisfied its other more senior debts and obligations. The basis for that agreement has not changed. With that said, the metro districts have come forward with a new proposal, and what the new proposal is that they would repay $200,000 or half of whatever the repair cost would be for that roadway. I think most of the terms that we had talked about still remain the same. The Metro District anticipates repayments to potentially begin in 2037, assuming everything stays on track. Presumably that could be sped up. Legally, that could be slowed down. So there's no real guarantee that the city would start receiving its payments right then, but that's how the bonds are estimated to be repaid during that time on the current forecast. So that's kind of where we are right now. I worked with Trish Harris, with White Bear, and a bunch of other attorneys' names, so. And she was very kind enough to start the basis for the IGA. And so what is attached to this is really just a draft of what the IGA is. There are a couple things that we'll probably need to fine tune. One I would put on the record is there wasn't anything about interest rates, so this was technically going to be interest-free, which doesn't really provide a lot of incentive for repayment, but something that we could address going further if council decides to give direction to pursue something like this. As the city manager indicated, there are some alternatives. That first alternative being the complete repair. That's one. That's what the Metro District has discussed with the city about. That's what the basis of this IGA was. Mr. Reister, our Public Works Director, can talk about perhaps some alternatives. And then a third alternative being to get a little bit more information regarding some of the geotechnical issues happening on site. So I will turn this back over to the city manager, who will probably turn it over to Mr. Reister or Mr. Sinanek.
You took out all the excitement of what was gonna happen next.
So in the staff communication council, there's, as Reed was pointing to here, there's kind of a series of alternatives. Either put the road back in place if the council has interest in that. That one, the staff is recommending that we would front the cost with ARPA funds. This is the federal funds here that's been given to the city. In the communication talks a little bit about, as council is well aware, we've been a little bit challenged, as well as the rest of the cities in the country, understanding the requirements from the U.S. Treasury around a lot of that. However, I think we have enough clarity where if the council was interested, we could front out of one category in particular, the roughly $475,000, that's kind of the upper end of what we're forecasting at this point, to do all the geotechnical work, the engineering, the design, the bid, and then the construction of that. And again, that would be ARPA funds. The second alternative is something that the neighborhoods have raised with staff. We've kind of looked at it here at a preliminary level, and that is a series of cul-de-sacs, one or two, that would somehow be configured differently into the park area. We would have to look at some issues here about emergency services, police, fire in particular. We don't have any cost estimates specifically what that would be, or even concepts at this point. And so we would have to spend more time, if the council has interest in that, to do some kind of a public process to gain more input, bring this back here to both the metro districts and the council, likely in February, and kind of add some clarity to, that alternative, and then see where the council may want to go. If the council does want to pursue that, the staff has refined that recommendation to be a little more pointed. We do believe that pursuing the geotechnical work with the cul-de-sacs would still be necessary. I think it's would provide valuable insight for the council so that they can make a more informed decision about that alternative. And if that doesn't look promising, per the public process or whatever it might be, and they still want to go back to the original alignment, then we haven't lost anything in time. We still have the geotechnical work, and then Public Works could obviously refine that for a discussion in February. So I'm going to turn that over to Mr. Reeser. I probably said about everything, at least he and I had talked about here in recent weeks.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Keith Reister, Public Works and Utilities Director. I'll sit up so the council members over here can see me. We had the discussion before the meeting started. So, what we have really here is a couple of different alternatives. Either way, we're going to end up with this road as a jurisdiction. Eventually, we'll have it. And so it's going to be on us no matter how we repair it, whatever happens in the future. And so one of the discussions that's come up is another alternative, which is this cul-de-sac alternative, because if we believe that the area is going to continue to move, it's a heck of a lot easier to repair landscaping, frankly, and support that than it is to support a roadway. And we've also discussed with some of the neighbors, they've actually been in this traffic pattern for quite a while at this point in time. So we also have part of the reason we've talked about doing some more geotechnical work is there was initial work done on the dog park, which is adjacent to the site, because of similar movement, and we've seen some movement since then, based on the injection process that was used. So we think some supplemental geotechnical work to support whatever direction we go, but also provide us some flexibility in decision-making. We also, our traffic staff has already jumped into, what was the traffic report at the time and how does that look for circulation? And so we feel it's worthwhile to look at that alternative and then come back to council with some suggestions and some discussions with the district on what alternatives. And as Mark said, we think it's important to also talk to the neighborhood about such an alternative since those folks live there. So that's kind of what we've put together from a process standpoint potentially for council to consider.
All right. So where we are is we're going to consider two items tonight. So the draft agreement is not on the table. This is just for us and.
It is on the table, the draft agreement, if the council was inclined to discuss moving forward with the original alignment, skip the cul-de-sacs, go back to the original alignment and pursue that as the only answer. Then the IGA would be on the table. We'd have to have some conversation about that. And as Reed pointed out, there are a few details we'd have to work out. If the council wants that, we would schedule it for another regular meeting, and so the council could formally act on a revised IGA.
All right, well, let's start with some questioning. Who wants to go first? We'll start with Mr. Commissioner Rennicki.
Keith, when I've done geotech services for smaller projects, cost of four drilled holes in a report, maybe $5 to $7 grand. Why are we getting up to 30 grand? Are they doing multiple holes over a quarter acre, half acre, or what?
Well, to add some layman's terms to that, when you do a geotech, you got to look down what's down below, and you do drill holes to figure that out.
Yes.
I think that in this particular case, it's important to get a little bit further away, a little bit wider range, because one of the concerns about this site in general, I mean, not just this location, but elsewhere, is what's underneath it from its history. And so a little bit wider look around there, I think, will help us, because when you really look at the size of the spot out there, you can see that there's movement a little bit further away when you look at curb and gutter and things like that. So that's probably why it's going to do that. And, secondly, we also want to make sure that whatever geotech potential comes out of that, we've looked at the alternatives to make sure we're making the right decision, because whatever the decision is, it's going to be costly at the end of the day.
Well, how many holes do you figure on drilling there? Because that major expense.
I'm not sure about that, but we haven't brought a geotech on, but we've done plenty of these, so that would be the absolute upper end, I would suspect.
Okay, so you haven't got a firm bid from anybody yet? Okay. Second thing.
I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
Councilmember. I think the other thing I would add is probably the depth for which we're going to go with this particular geotechnical work is probably a little deeper than you would normally look at for a road section.
I'm thinking 30 feet you're going to go down, probably.
It's, could be likely. Very likely.
Okay, it just seems high.
Well, I mean, just that, we were actually talking about another project this week, and when when the city built Fire Station 19, the over excavation was down to 40 feet. You know, so not atypical in this particular region, so.
Second question is, what's your best guess as to the cause of the problem? I think it's water, the way the land is draining in that direction, and then there's a kind of a lower area right where the, it's gotten lower with the settling. But what's your opinion as to the problem?
We've talked about this a lot with our team and with our engineering outside firms as well. And, you know, I think it's a combination of that. I think that because of the previous use of the site, there's a lot of question about the stability of the underlying soils as well as what might still be down there, just in terms of vacated spaces from its previous life as a marathon site. So I think it's probably a combination of those things, probably lent to it. And, you know, there was some over excavation under the roadway when it was constructed, but probably not, you know, if you have significant movement to that kind of depth, you're gonna have to do a lot more over excavation than was performed during initial construction. So it'd be a combination of those, I think. Counselor.
Last question, then. It's happening in one area, the city take on responsibility if it happens elsewhere, underneath the condos, underneath the apartments, underneath the houses? When does our liability end?
Generally, our liability ends at the edges of the right-of-way. Am I right on that, city attorney? I just want to check.
That would be correct, although they could always argue that whatever we did in the roadway affected
Yeah.
property. But
So, I mean, the other roadways we've already accepted. So, you know, if we see movement in those roadways, we'll be taking that on as part of our maintenance program.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll go Councilmember Milliman, then Driscoll.
Hey, Keith. So in the packet, it says staff is expecting the cost to do the cul-de-sacs would be half of what it would cost to reconstruct the road. And I know you don't know what those fees are and all, but would the city cover that entire cost, or would the Metro District pay for part of that as well?
We haven't really discussed that. I mean, the discussion, I'm going to jump in for these two, but, you know, basically our discussions with the Metro District along the way is that, you know, a solution is going to have to be partnered to get there. And so whatever we come up with, we'll meet with the district and talk through the scenarios and see what comes out of that. At the end of the day, we both want the same thing, which is a solution, so.
And do you envision, or would be a part of the public comment, expanding that dog park, enlarging it, or would it just be the dog park as it is and just grassing in that area?
That's a great question. That's something that we'd figure out when we'd have discussions with the district and see, you know, what might work out there. And certainly something like that's a viable option to, you know, if you have that kind of space out there, make it usable.
Thanks.
yeah, I would say that part of the conversation in terms of whether the Metro District would want to assume any portion of costs related to putting in a cul-de-sac or whatever they chose to do with dog parks or expanding their use of that, that is not a conversation that we have formally had with the Metro District, so obviously something they would have to go back to their boards to find out whether or not they're even interested in that sort of solution.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Keith or maybe Reed, we had talked about in the study session, does the Metro District have any insurance? And we weren't aware of anything that we can lean on there. Has anything new come of that?
I think what a lot of the things that we spoke to is, and some concerns that were raised by some members of council were, you know, kind of the notice of claim, if you will, that issue that came up. Was there a reason that the Metro Districts didn't go after the contractor when they had performed the work, when they saw that some of the subsiding was happening, as Keith Reister has spoke to? That was one of the reasons, along with construction also occurring nearby on the site, that we had not accepted that roadway. I believe Ms. Harris spoke that they did kind of consult with someone outside to evaluate the nature of that claim, but I believe it was at that time they made a decision that they didn't have a very viable claim given the type of construction that they were doing. So not to get into the engineering aspect of it, but in terms of the excavation or over-Xing, you wouldn't take out that much dirt for simply just a roadway. So in terms of whatever soils testing that may have been done at the time, most likely it probably would have showed that it was capable of sustaining a roadway. So I think that's, as far as that development took, they made a decision that it wasn't going to be a viable claim and decided to put their money elsewhere.
And just for history, we went out, we inspected the roads, we said, we'll take all these roads except this one. And at that time, we realized that road was settling, and we thought, I'd heard something about a lot of semi-traffic, heavy trucks driving on that portion of the road. Is that kind of how it went down, and now the Metro, they're coming back to us to say, bail us out?
Well, I agree. I mean, your summary there, Counselor, of, the process of inspection is we worked through this development, it's a large development, and there was segments of roadway coming in, and some of those came in at certain times. Some were kind of held back a little bit because we knew there'd be a lot of their own construction traffic in there. And this particular section was showing subsidence very early on, and so that's why we didn't accept this section. So that's really the crux of it. And as the city attorney has said, there's some, been some discussions about whether the district's perception of whether we should have accepted it at that time or not. So, at this point in time, we've got a spot out there, we've got a hole in the road, and we've got to figure out a way to fix that spot for the residents and the business out there. And so we're at this crossroads, and so we've got to figure out a way to go forward.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Grove.
When considering the cul-de-sac option, I guess this is for Keith, you're factoring in emergency vehicles and delays getting into what will be that new apartment building or some of those condos there?
Yeah, we would take a look at that. Our traffic staff's already did take a look at that and gone back to the original traffic studies for that and the circulation as well. And that part of our analysis process, for example, while the geotech work was going on, we would be doing some traffic analysis. We'd be meeting with South Metro Fire as well as our own police services. And as we were, kind of joking, fire trucks have no problem, or they often desire to drive over things, is what we found.
That's what I was wondering, if they could drive over the grass.
So there's, that never seems to hold them up. But, so we would look at all of those as part of the decision-making process, and that would be part of the discussion with the neighborhood as well.
And the cul-de-sac option, would that cut down on parking even further? I know it's blocked off, but would it cut down on parking the other side or potential parking? Because there's a lot of people parking on the streets.
Yeah, we haven't looked at that at all. The parking on the streets is, a very common discussion in any kind of multifamily development these days. So, potentially it is more curb line than you have if you have a cul-de-sac. So you never know. So we're gonna have to take a look at all those options and see what's a viable option. What you can fit in with turning radiuses and all that. So that would be just part of the investigatory process.
Okay, and then, and I don't know if there's not enough parking or people are not parking in their parking spaces. It's hard to tell. I didn't go into the parking lots. I just saw a lot of people parking on the streets. This is a question for Reed. In terms of repayment, so the repayments in probably around 2037, are those mill levies on top of the current mill levies, or I couldn't tell from this page 3 of the agreement exactly what the responsibility was going to be for the property owners. In other words, were they going to get a certain number of mill levies on top of their property taxes, or that's why it's being pushed out so far?
My understanding is that no, they won't be assessed additional mills. What they'll be doing is they'll be settling their existing obligations.
Okay.
And then, we're essentially becoming kind of a junior creditor, if you will, as it relates to bonds. So there are more senior obligations that need to be fulfilled prior to them coming down and repaying ours. So this will happen after they've satisfied all their other infrastructure debts and repayments, which is probably an outstanding $10 million, somewhere around that range, I'm looking for. So it would be after.
And then what if there's another issue that comes up? Do they become junior to the city?
They would, unless we agree to subordinate our position to them.
Okay, thank you.
Did you want to go? No. Okay. Councilmember Fay.
This is for Reed. Reed, I had the impression from the study session on this topic before that there was an outstanding debt to the city not having to do with this. Am I remembering that right? That there was some money owed that hadn't been repaid?
I'm not aware of that, Councilmember
Okay,
Fay.
I'm misremembering then. Thank you.
I don't recall that. Yeah. All right, anyone else? Cool. So, okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Not sure if this is a question or a comment yet, but, I think I'm only inclined to endorse the economic analysis of the commercial area. And that's because if this is going to be a partnership with the various metro districts, I want to actually see a partnership. I want to see the metro districts meeting us in the middle. And one thing I'm specifically thinking of is during the last study session, there was a lot of talk about the pad sites in the commercial area being too small to attract commercial tenants. And I said, if that's all that's wrong here, is we need to adjust the pad sites, then someone needs to get a rezone application in like immediately. And I still have not seen any kind of rezone application. And I don't particularly want to just offer a bailout unless and until I see some good faith on the part of the commercial metro districts in particular. So I'm wondering, has that conversation happened? Is it going to happen? Why can't we kickstart this commercial district? And I'm certainly not willing to offer up $500,000 of city money unless and until, again, I see some movement there. I do not see the issues with the commercial area as in any way insurmountable. What I've heard so far is the assessment rate is too high. The conversations that the city has had with the county assessor has debunked that. We hear that the pad sites are too small, presumably a simple enough fix for the rezone. Until we see movement, I'm not inclined to spend anything like $500,000 on this road.
Okay, I'll go up, then it'll be Councilmember Fay again, if you will. I just want to be clear, we're just talking $35,000 tonight that we're committing to. Because as Mayor Pro Tem said, I'm not willing to commit to, $400,000 or whatever yet.
Mayor, the council has a couple of options. One is you could direct staff to pursue this ultimate fix in the original alignment, which we're estimating on the higher end at $475,000, and we would use ARPA money to front that. So that's one alternative. A second alternative is the pursuit of some cul-de-sacs, which is a combination of $30,000 that we are recommending we pursue with geotechnical, some staff work on traffic circulation and public process. And then the second part, which the Mayor Pro Tem kind of touched on, is a second question that we're asking council to authorize us to do this commercial assessment, where we would hire a third party to come in and try to answer a lot of the questions that the Mayor Pro Tem is asking is, who are the property owners? What kind of position are we in here to somehow facilitate as a partner in moving ahead the redevelopment of that commercial property? There are probably 2 to 3 major owners, some of which are not developers. They're just property owners, and they are investment firms that are holding the property. So this third party would help us understand, well, what is it going to take for us to kind of move something forward? What does that partnership look like? And then, of course, the county assessor issue. We would do some work there, some interviews to understand the magnitude of that issue and how it fits into the overall economic analysis of that commercial.
Yeah, so, again, I'm okay with committing to the $30,000 and the $5,000, and that's easy enough. I'm unwilling to commit to 400 and some odd thousand tonight. I do think for the sake of the citizens, Littleton citizens that live over there, ultimately something will be done. But if we go into an agreement like this, we are not doing the citizens over there any good, because there is no muscle to this thing at all that says that things have to perform on the district part. And the residents over there, I think they're really counting on us to be the hammer here, to make sure things happen. And we need to make sure, as our fiduciary responsibility, is to make sure that the district does what they can to pay us back. Because it doesn't start for, even the payment doesn't even start for 15 years.
Then, Mayor, my suggestion, one of the alternatives kind of touches on what you're expressing there. That would be to authorize staff to spend the $30,000 on the geotechnical work. We would pursue some alternative work here and process with the citizens on the cul-de-sacs. We would also do the economic analysis, and we would bring all this together at a point in time in probably February, so that the council and the district, quite honestly, would have an opportunity to kind of see all this new information. At this point in time, we just don't have enough to kind of flesh out all the details of a cul-de-sac and then economic analysis.
And at some time, we're gonna have an intergovernmental agreement. But, yeah, so going forward, I just wanna make sure that we're committing to $35,000 tonight, that's it.
That is certainly one option, and one that staff
Okay,
recommends.
great. Councilmember Fay.
Council Member Malin brought up the point that it was brought up in the last time we met, that the taxes were too high on the commercial part, and I think you were going to look into that. What did you find? I'm just curious. Are the taxes too high?
Well, I think I've heard kind of other opinions about that. And I think that's why staff is making this recommendation of spending the money, so that we would actually have a third party who is qualified in this kind of work and would actually go and interview the county assessor and, quite honestly, some of the other property owners who've already built on the property. And so we can get kind of the full picture of what the assessments really are. And then, of course, work with all the property owners. We could bring this information to you so that it'd be another piece of the entire conversation here about where are the assessments truly at in setting rents for commercial property.
Thank you.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Yeah, the economic analysis, I get that. I just feel like we're getting so deep in the weeds, the city is. This should not be a city responsibility, but I understand where we are. If we spend the money on that, I would like for us to make sure we have an agreement with Arapahoe County. That truly, if the or the taxes are too high, that this third party comes as an independent, and we have an agreement before we spend any money to say, if they come back with their findings, that this is the reason we can't get this commercial leased out, that they have to come down. I mean, that seems to be the things that stops everybody.
Yeah, Councilmember, I think that is in the intent, staff's intent with this economic analysis, is try to assess really what is going on from the county assessor's perspective, so we can bring that information to the council. If it is too high, then we would like to kind of look for some solution to that problem. What are the alternatives that we can have with the county assessor or some other methodology here?
Councilmember Rudnicki.
One question of Keith, and then just a general comment. Keith, do you have the original boring and test results from when the construction started on this site? And has the city done analysis of it?
Yeah, there was plenty of work done, but it was on a greater site-wide basis as opposed to the specificity of this location. So that would have come in during the development review process and that kind of thing. So yes, we have that.
All right, so I won't ask right now about have you seen any red lights here, problems with that original report? I guess what I'm looking for, I'm still fishing for responsibility here.
I can't speak to that right off the top of my head, but we'll certainly review, certainly review all of that.
I'm not asking for it tonight.
Mark will be off council in 2 weeks, so you can put him on that.
Next point.
Separate subcommittee of citizens to review it, so.
I'll do the review. Next, just a general comment, not addressed to anybody, I don't need an answer, but in back of my mind, shouldn't the district have some skin in the game up front? Why should we do the $30,000 or $35,000 ourselves? Why doesn't the district have some skin in the game? 25%, 50%, what have you? Why should it all be backloaded till 2037, maybe?
Councilmember, I think we'd have to direct that to our representative of the district to respond to that question.
All right. Could you come up to this one here, Phil? Phil, you want to just go right to this one, the dot? Thank you. And for the record, just let everybody know who you are.
Is this one on?
I don't know, you're wearing a mask, we don't even know who you are yet. Thank you.
Sure. Hello, everyone. Phil Cernanek, President of the District 2 segment of the Littleton Village Metro District. With regard to upfronting money at this point in time, Councilman Rudnicki, at the beginning of this year, 2021, the districts separated for operational purposes. Up until then, the District 2 board was merely an advisory board to District 1. For the most part and for most of the period of Littleton Village, District 1 was the developer-appointed board. With that, they ignored a lot of issues. The District 2 board has authorized a reserve study because currently we do not really have any reserves. We're currently operating basically on a very thin level. Even looking to try and accommodate 30,000 of past landscaping that's promised to the residents there, dealing with dead trees, dead bushes and such, is something we have scraped to try and find with regard our 2022 budget. So looking for an additional 25,000 would be burdensome at this point in time for the District 2 component. With regard District 3, they haven't had the same issues with regard delayed items because each one of their pads are self-supporting, whereas with District 2, we have common interest property that we're looking to take care of. And when the city manager talks about the redevelopment of District 3, the commercial district, it's actually vacant land right now. It's not, from our particular perspective, a redevelopment. It's actually the development of what is now vacant land. I don't know if that fully answers your question, but I can't speak to the District 3 finances at this point in time. But we're also looking for forgiveness from the original developer for some operating assistance that was provided, which is $500,000 at this point in time, and that's left up to Jack and the District 1 board.
Great. Councilmember Grove.
So if we approve the 30 and the 5 and don't approve the IGA, we're fine. And it may change, it may stay the same, and that will come later?
Come back in February, roughly.
Okay, and it may vary based on some of the findings? Or-
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah, so
But you don't need us to do that tonight?
Not
Okay,
tonight.
All right.
Great. Any other questions?
I just had one quick question. You said there were 2 to 3 major property owners on the site? And does one property owner have a higher percentage of the land versus the other 1 or 2?
You know, I haven't looked at the ownership probably in 6-8 months, but back then, yes, there was predominantly 2 larger property owners of the commercial area. They are more what I would call investment firms as opposed to kind of developers, but you know, I think that's why, from a staff perspective, this third-party kind of analysis would help us understand really who are the property owners? Are they in a position to somehow partner with the city to do something else? If not, what are the options then that the city may want to pursue here for the development, I'll say, of that commercial property?
Great, thank you.
All right. So council, where we are then, we're looking at the 2 items, the 30,000 and the 5,000, and not the agreement. Okay, so is council, anybody have an issue with going forward with the 35,000?
And those funds are coming from ARPA or where? Or is that just from?
Yeah, staff would be recommending we use ARPA at this point here for the 35.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, yeah, I have an issue with going forward with the 30,000 at this point. It may make sense a couple of months from now. if and when we have the results of that economic analysis, I want to see the financial picture of this commercial area and see if there's any place that at least some money for a contribution to the $30,000 can come from before the city takes on the sole responsibility for doing that. Again, I want to see a partner in all of this. I don't want the buck to stop each and every time with the city. I expect somewhere in that commercial area, somebody can come up with some money to help the city pay for that geotechnical assessment. So I am only in favor of the 5,000 tonight.
All right, so let's take it, council, as far as the 5,000 goes, which is for the commercial study. Everybody okay with that part? Yeah, okay, so we're good on that, there's direction on that. So then on the 30,000 for the geotech work, we just heard from Mayor Pro Tem, and anybody else that will hear from Melinda.
So if we continue to push out anything that's done there, whether it's continuing the road or extending the park, is there a risk in pushing that time frame out with regards to a deeper sinkhole or more issues developing?
I can't say for sure. I mean, we know there's movement out there. You know, do expect it to go dramatically in one direction or another. I can't say for sure, but you know, it's been a slow process so far, so I can't imagine it's going to turn into a fast process all of a sudden. But that, you know, it's blocked off for safety reasons now, and that's not going to change whether it's 2 months from now or not.
Mayor?
I know that it collects water in the, in the spring and the summertime, that turns into like a mosquito cesspool.
Duck pond.
Mayor, I think, let me just add my perspective, and one of the reasons why I think staff would like to recommend that we proceed with the geotechnical is more about the timing in total. So if we come back in February and we have the geotechnical in hand, and the district and the council can come to an agreement about what to proceed with, we haven't lost anything in time, because the rest of what follows would then be the design, the bidding, the construction. And all of that is going to take up to 9 months in total. And so we would like to avoid trying to construct something in the winter. So I think that's why February kind of made sense to allow us that time to be done with whatever the council and the district decide here, if a construction project is to be had, if that makes sense.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
I think it's too early for us to be thinking in terms of a construction project ultimately taking place. I think that we need much more information. I don't think the timeline related to this economic analysis is going to change anything, other than it's going to get council more information that hopefully we can use productively to start unraveling this mess of a situation.
Great. I know in Grant County, getting a contractor is very difficult right now. So what's our expectation is getting a contractor now or 2 months from now?
In terms of doing the geotechnical report,
Yeah.
you know, the engineering firms that we would use, we already have some engineering firms under contract for continuing work that we would ask them to take this on. We've already run that test balloon up. You know, and we've been okay in terms of the market so far, but we have, you know, engineering firms in essence on call that we would use for a report like this.
All right, thank you. Grove.
I would like to see us move forward with the geotech analysis for a couple of reasons. One, aesthetically, this thing doesn't look good. There's a fear among some of the property owners, especially along the edge there, that this is affecting their property values, their resale values. I don't think we want to take any longer than we have to repair this. Unfortunately, it's landed in our laps for whatever reason that we talked about earlier, and I would like to see it to go forward. It would be great if we could get money from the districts, but it doesn't seem like it's possible. It would be great if we could get money from the commercial, but again, that probably hasn't happened in a long time. We're just getting one new commercial entity in there after a long, long time, and I don't think anything's going to happen soon. Maybe things will happen with its new commercial thing, so I'd like to see us push that timeline as quickly as possible.
Councilmember Milliman.
And Keith, just to confirm, you said this road is going to become the property of the city, essentially, regardless of what happens. Is that right?
Yeah, right away, we accept all the right away within the city over time, and it becomes part of our maintenance plan.
Councilman Wernicke, did you have something?
Well, just before I cast my vote, a question for Reed. I think you mentioned that eventually the city will take over that street, correct? We've taken over all the other ones. Or could we always leave it in limbo?
Until we're comfortable with the condition of the roadway, we'll continue not to accept it because it doesn't meet the specifications that were required.
Okay. So I think I rub nickels together, but I'll go with the $30,000 payment
Yeah.
for the geotechnical study.
So we have one member who's, doesn't want to go that route. Anybody else that does not want to go the 30,000 route? Okay, so that gives us the direction you need. So we have two items. So you're going to spend for the geo study and also for the commercial study.
Correct, Mayor. I've got all the direction I need.
And then as far as
from
the
council.
agreement goes, where that's still on hold.
That's on hold.
Great. All right.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
That item is out. Do we have any report from city manager?
No report, Mayor.
City attorney?
No report, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, it is 6:17 PM and we are adjourned. We do have a meeting at 6:30. We have 1 minute. All right, I'd like to call to order the City of Littleton City Council special meeting for Tuesday, November 9, 2021. It is 5:30 or 18:30. City Clerk.
It's 6:30, Mayor.
Oh, what did I say?
5:30.
Oh, 5.
That was your other meeting.
That was the last meeting, I'm sorry. Yeah, 6:30. Well, I did say 18:30,
You
that's
did.
correct. Okay,
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Valdez.
present.
Mayor Pro Tem Malin.
Here.
Councilmember Milliman.
Here.
Councilmember Grove.
Here.
Councilmember Fay.
Here.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Here.
Councilmember Rudnicki.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Great, thank you very much. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, council, you had a chance to review the agenda. Any changes? Seeing none, it is approved. We'll move right into our comments. We'll start with the city manager.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council. I just have kind of one retirement I would like to share with the city council and the public. And this past Friday, Steve Alexander, our street supervisor, retired after nearly 46 years with the city of Littleton. And I'm reading here a little fact that Keith Reister, our Public Works Director, put together, but it's kind of a interesting little piece here to kind of share with you the scale of what Steve had seen over his 46 years. He started here at the city on April 12th, 1976. In that period of time, he has seen and removed 259 feet of snow. And so, as Keith was pointing out here, that almost buries the Statue of Liberty. He has also paved over 301 lane miles of street, 1,500 miles of crack filling. That 1,500 miles is like going from here to Atlanta, Georgia.
Wow.
So I think it was a really kind of a wonderful retirement party for Steve here last week, and they dedicated a new operations center to him. And I would welcome council to, at some point, down to Building 1 at the Public Works facility, kind of tour some of the new improvements down there, and certainly see the name above the room dedicated to Steve Alexander. But 46 years is my tenure of 35 years. I've seen a lot of employees come close to that. 42 years, maybe even 44 years, but that is by far the longest I've ever seen a single employee be dedicated to one city. So, again, congratulations to Steve Alexander.
That's great, great. City Attorney.
No report, thank you, Mayor.
Okay. All right, we'll start with Councilmember Rudnicki.
No report?
Councilmember Driscoll.
No report.
Councilmember Fay.
No report.
Councilmember Grove.
No report?
Councilmember Milliman.
I have a report.
There you go.
Okay. First and foremost, I'd love to say thank you to Sean Walsh and to Todd Vitale for helping us with the 3A ballot initiative. I know they put in a lot of hard work to help the city push this over the finish line, and we're going to be that much better for it. So thank you, Sean, and to Todd. Also, I have a little bit of good news from Affordable Housing World. I met with two young employees of Habitat for Humanity. They have partnered with South Metro Housing Options. We have 59 homes scattered around the city of Littleton that are now going to be available for purchase for individuals that meet the requirements for Habitat for Humanity. And this is very, very important because this program is addressing one of the top 3 needs that was identified in our 2017 housing study. And, it's a part of the American dream to own your own home. And so this is going to give these individuals a chance to own a home within our city. And I'm just so thankful and proud of this program. And that's it.
Great, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No report.
Great, I have a couple items. Let's see, Sunday I had an opportunity to tour Fire Station 12, and I want to thank the firefighters over there. It's an amazing facility, and and all the folks that work at all these facilities, it's just amazing. So if you ever get a chance to make an appointment and go visit with these folks. Also on Thursday there's a Veterans Day event. It starts at 11 o'clock, of course, at Kittring Park. And I have the honor of once again giving the keynote speech. And it's an honor to be with those veterans that served our country. So with that, we will move down to item number 5, of which we have no citizens' appearance tonight. We will move into our public comments. Councilmember Driscoll.
Yes, public comment is an opportunity to express opinions or ask questions regarding issues that are not part of the public hearing on tonight's agenda. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes. The City Council is not authorized under the Colorado Open Meetings Law to discuss, comment, or take action at this meeting on any issue raised by public comment that is not part of tonight's agenda. The mayor may refer the matter to the city manager or city attorney for immediate comment after public comment to obtain additional information and report back to council as appropriate. We expect comments to be civil. Disrespectful or disruptive behavior will not be tolerated. Please remember to state your name and address or council district for the record. Please speak directly into the microphone.
Okay, thank you. I will open the public hearing, public comment section of our agenda at 6:36. First, we have Frank Atwood, Emily Perkwas, I apologize for not pronouncing that correct, Iftin Epsher.
Good evening, City Council. Council members, mayors, and citizens, my name is Frank Atwood, and I live at 7094 South Castilla Street. I'd like to address 2 topics. The first is the advantages of approval voting, and the second, Council's dismissal of members of boards and commissions. First topic, very briefly, last Tuesday, Broomfield voted to use ranked choice voting in their municipal elections. While I support any alternative to the broken electoral system we currently have, at your next public comment, I'll explain why approval voting is a better alternative. I'm confident council members at that time will have researched and appreciate approval voting. Second topic, both my wife and I have served on various boards and commissions in Littleton. These positions are filled by volunteers who respond to calls for members. Those who put their names forward are then screened by council members who decide which of the candidates to appoint. Let me repeat, these are volunteers who are screened by council. It's come to my attention that recently at least 2 commission members have been told that they can either resign or be forcibly replaced. One of these volunteers was told that the reason was, I quote, "It is entirely inappropriate at a public hearing to be critical of actions that council has taken or not yet had an opportunity to act upon. It's further entirely inappropriate to impugn the integrity of those that appoint you," unquote. By commenting on unmet campaign promises, this seems to imply that members of boards and commissions must forfeit their free speech rights once they are appointed. 3 questions. First, does council have written, well-defined guidelines for how to determine when a constituent can no longer participate in a volunteer position? Second, are appointees informed that accepting the position can prevent them from speaking out at public hearings? Third, are applicants informed that their tenure can be terminated at the pleasure of council on a whim or on a change in the makeup of council? I would suggest that it might be in the city's best interest to formulate guidelines and to communicate them to the citizens who might be interested in giving it of their time and energy to make their hometown better. In conclusion, I hope that someone can qualify inappropriate and that future applicants will be fully informed that they serve at the pleasure of council. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Emily. Then we have Ashton Iftin, and then Julie. So I sorry for pronouncing your name incorrect.
It's Emily Perziquis.
Perziquest, thank you.
And so, yes, I'm here in support of Iftin Absher. I just wanted to, in solidarity with the previous speaker and Iftin, it came to my attention that you'll be voting on dismissing her from our Next Gen committee. I serve as secretary on the Next Gen committee, and I did send a letter to all of you last night outlining my position on this issue, but I do want to just spend a little bit of time talking about what an amazing human being and what an amazing contribution Iftin has made to not only the committee, not only City Council, but Littleton as a whole. I started on the Next Gen committee about 1.5 years ago, and she welcomed me right away. She called me the day that I started. We had a very nice, cordial conversation. She was very welcoming. From what I understand, she was one of the founding members of this committee. As I've been serving on this committee, I'm now secretary, but prior to that, she was the chairperson of the committee, and she puts in an incredible amount of work. Every single week, she reads everything. Every single month. She also serves on all 3 of the subcommittees. She's just made an incredible contribution to the city, and I find it just shocking that the way that the City Council is choosing to repay a volunteer is to humiliate them at the end of their final act as a body, to humiliate one of the hardest working human beings in this city. And that's not an overstatement. This person is a huge value to the city. And I think it needs to be stated that this is somebody who is a person of color who chose to read a land acknowledgement at the October 19th City Council meeting. And this action was in direct response to her reading a land acknowledgement. And so I think that there's a lot going on here, and I would really urge that you reconsider the way that you're treating people in this community. I know that diversity, inclusion, equity, and belonging is of importance to the City Council, but the way that this particular action is not reflecting that. And I realize that me even speaking here and sharing my perspective might put me in the same situation as Iftin, and I think that that's really scary, that you have an expectation that by joining a board or commission that somehow that's a blanket endorsement of all of the actions that you're doing as a board. That's not how I feel, and if that means that you have to remove me from the board, I guess I will be up here next week with the same vote.
Thank you. Next up, we have Iftin Absher, then Julie Prezequest, and then Michael Sheriff.
Good evening, everybody. Iftin Absher, 1379 West Ridge Road. So I hear you all weren't happy with some things I said at the October 19th meeting. Let's talk about it. Point number 1, in your letter to me from October 30th, you said I accused councils multiple times of being either unwilling or unable to adopt a recommendation for a land acknowledgement by the Next Generation Advisory Committee. I did not do this because there has never been a formal recommendation by NGAC for a land acknowledgement. Furthermore, at no point in public comment did I mention NGAC or the Diversity, Inclusion, Equity, and Belonging Subcommittee. I spoke as a private citizen, which is my right as a lifelong citizen and resident of Littleton. I will say that NGAC was told at our public October 7th meeting that council did not know about a land acknowledgement and that you did not want to hear any feedback or recommendation about the topic. So I came to council as a private citizen on my own time to inform you about this topic so that you could no longer say you did not know. If council was uninformed about the conversations taking place in your boards and commissions, that is a failure on the part of the city manager, as he met with NGAC leadership on September 20th to address this topic and to provide direction. Point number 2, you stated that he insinuated and implied council was dismissive and racist for failing to adopt this land acknowledgement. I did not call council racist, and I did not mean to apply anything to that end. Point 3, you said that in reminding council of their campaign promises, I insinuated and implied that certain members were not living up to those promises. I did not do this. I asked council 2 questions. I did not attack or accuse anyone. I expect a lot from my elected officials. Littleton deserves the best from our elected officials. If asking you these questions made you uncomfortable, then that is on you. If you did not want to stand by what you said during the campaign, then you should not have said it. But I, for one, will never stop holding you accountable for your promises to voters. And that is my promise to all of you, to future councils, and to the residents of Littleton. Point 4, you said I did not contact or return your calls. However, not one person said to me you were contacting me because of NGAC. If you'd been upfront about that, then yes, I would have called you back, but there was no mention of NGAC in the communications I received on my private cell phone, and there was no time frame presented in which you needed to hear from me. If council was concerned about my conduct as a board member, I have to ask why I was not contacted through my official City of Littleton email address prior to the receipt of the letter asking for my resignation. I refuse to resign from my position, which I have held for the past 2.5 years, because the public deserves to see your record on this vote. I spoke honestly and truthfully and felt that I have the right to be heard. Finally, I'd like to call to council's attention the Littleton's Protocols and Standards of Conduct, adopted in 2016, amended May 15, 2018. Section 4, Making Public Statements, subsection D, states, any comments made by a council board member at a meeting of another board should be assumed to be the council or board member's personal views or opinions and not the official position of the council board unless stated otherwise. You may not like what I have to say. In fact, you may be uncomfortable that I am here saying anything to you at all. But I have the right to be heard, as well as the citizens of Littleton have the right to speak up. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Julie, then Michael, and then Tess.
Hi.
Hello.
I am here in support of the Next Gen Committee,
If you could, speak into the microphone.
Ifton and Emily. And I'm here in support, I'm a Littleton, not native, but I am born and raised in Littleton. And I attended accordion lessons on Main Street. I went to Columbine High School, and then I went to the University of Colorado. And I just wanted to say, in terms of supporting what the next generation is thinking, I would say that this is the quote on Norland Library.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Thank you.
Who knows only his own generation remains always a child. I support what the next generation has to say in terms of making land acknowledgements.
Great. Thank you. Next up, we have Michael, then Tess, and then David Hagan. Right into that microphone, please. These are directional mics. If you don't speak directly into them, it's difficult to hear.
Sure.
Thank you.
Michael Sharif, 7353 South Castilla Court. I'm going to read a land acknowledgement into public record. We honor and acknowledge that the land on which we reside is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho peoples. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. We honor elders past, present, and future, and those who have stewarded this land through generations. We also recognize that government, academic, and cultural institutions were founded upon and continue to enact exclusions and erasures of Indigenous peoples. May this acknowledgement demonstrate a commitment to working to dismantle ongoing legacies of oppression and inequities and recognize the current and future contributions of Indigenous communities in Littleton. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Tess, then David, and then Pam Chadbourne.
Good evening. I switched places with Tess.
Right into the microphone. It's difficult, especially with the mask on, to understand. So pull it down.
All right. Good
There
evening.
you go.
I
Thank you
switched
very
places
much.
with Tess. She'll be up next. I'll be quick. I'm here in support of a land acknowledgement because we are on the land of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho, and 48 other indigenous tribes. And there are not signed treaties with any of the indigenous folks. We have stolen this land. It is not ours. Even if they were signed, I would still say it was pretty much stolen. But it is important to not only acknowledge, but to start to find ways to, right our wrong. And I think the first step would be a land acknowledgement. And moving forward, it should be a land back. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have David. That was supposed to be, yeah. Was that David that just spoke? Oh, okay, I'm sorry, then we skipped you, right over you.
No, it
Back-
was, we switched on purpose.
Okay.
Hi, my name is.
He didn't look like a Tess. Thank you.
I've never met a Tess that wasn't a woman. Hi, my name is Tess, and I too am here to, I was trying to find something that I wanted to read, but I couldn't find it. But I wanted to acknowledge that we live on the stolen, still occupied land of the Arapaho, the Ute, and the Cheyenne, and 45 other tribes who have historical ties to these lands. And the very least we can do is acknowledge that. So a land acknowledgement is just the beginning, and true transformative justice and true, reconciliation with Indigenous people and people whose land was stolen and who, there was a genocide against Indigenous people. And so I think we just need to name that when we are actively preventing an acknowledgement of that, we are perpetuating white supremacy and a history of colonization in this country. And so there's not going to be any progress until we can at least acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Pam Chadbourne. She is last on the list, so if anybody else would like to speak after Pam Chadbourne, you will have an opportunity.
Hi, Council. I'm Pam Chadbourne. I live a block and a half from here, and I'm glad I follow eloquent speakers. I agree with everything they said. I believe in land acknowledgement and that council should consider it. What NextGen did was give advice. They're an advisory board, and as I said last time, the least council could do is listen to the advice and discuss it and talk about it in public. I'll note that, yes, at least 2 board members are gone from their positions on boards because of actions by council, and these were out of public view. It was not transparent. I'm going to link this to something else, which is the whole Envision and ULUC process. Power in the past 2 years of this council's reign has transferred from the people to the staff and to council. And I heard this last night, kind of encapsulated in the statement at Planning Commission. Well, we'll know what's coming up when council has the retreat in February. I wasn't able, I struggled, but I wasn't able to encapsulate my comments as well as other speakers have, because I am so distressed by the transfer of power to a gang of 7. And yes, that's a purposeful comparison to the Gang of 4 in China when I grew up. I remember as a kid, China had a Gang of 4 and they determined everything. And I feel that that is the path that Littleton is on. In America, we're governed by the rule of law. We pass legislation and all of us understand the basis of that legislation. We all participate in making that legislation. And then the council and the boards and commissions and staff operate under that legislation. And I believe that to my core. And what I've seen in the past 2 years is the transfer of the power of the people and the assets and the resources of the people, again, to the control of staff and council. And it distresses me because I grew up here. So I look forward to the next council to working to correct this and the people to get engaged and correct it and reverse it. The land use code gives so much control to administrative approval behind the scenes that will never come to public attention. The map made many rezonings that should each have had a public hearing. And in one fell swoop, the whole city was rezoned in many parcels that should have come to public attention. There are so many problems here in so many ways the council has gone on the wrong path. And I'm just very distressed. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, I will close the public comment section at 6:54, and I'll ask the city manager or city attorney, do you have any response?
No comments, Mayor.
Thank you.
No comment from the city attorney. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We will now move on to item number 7 on our agenda, the consent agenda items. We have 7A, ID number 21-241, motion to remove a board member from the Next Gen Advisory Committee.
Poll.
Pulled by Councilmember Grove. We have 7B, ID number 21-240, motion to approve the minutes of October 26, 2021, special meeting. Council, I'm looking for a motion on 7B.
Mayor, I move to approve ID 21-2040. Motion to approve the minutes of the October 26, 2021 special meeting.
We have a motion and a second by Councilmember Rednicki. All right. So council, 1 second. And there you go. If you will, please vote. Vote in favor is to pass it. Against is to not. I think we're all there. Oh, somebody's not voted. Okay. Sure. Okay, Councilmember Grove says yes, and
The vote is 7 in favor.
Okay.
The motion
Thank you.
carries
Thank you.
unanimously.
All right, let me get that dude off there. All right, thank you. So we have item number, let's see, ID number 21-241. Council, the subject, as you know, is considering the removal of a board member from the Next Generation Committee. Councilmember Grove, you did pull this.
Yes, I'd just like to make a comment before we vote. I have known Ifton for over 2.5 years. I've worked with her in various capacities, most recently as liaison to the Next Gen Committee. I admire her passion and dedication to the city. I was very distressed when I found out that the mayor and the mayor pro tem reached out to her after the October 19th meeting. And our leadership was trying to have a discussion based on the October 19th comments. And I personally had a brief conversation on October 26th at a meeting, and I said, I understand that the mayor and the pro tem have reached out to you. I would recommend that you call them back, and was told at that time that the next day was not possible, but the calls would be returned the following Thursday. Found out they weren't. I am distressed because I think if these conversations would have happened, we would not be in this position. Unfortunately, they did not happen because calls were not returned. And I'm sorry to see that we are, as a council, in this situation. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't want to speak to the reasons for Ms. Absher's removal, which I believe are entirely separate from the issue of land acknowledgement. I want to talk for a moment about land acknowledgement. And if everyone would please bear with me for just a few minutes. Human rights matter to me a great deal. My master's degree, in fact, is in human rights. I spent the last 10 days of my life writing legal briefs in a civil rights case where I represent black plaintiffs against law enforcement. I spent years of my life at anti-domestic violence shelters as a volunteer and then a staff member, and then an attorney. In fact, being an attorney for that population was the only reason that I went to law school. When I was at law school, I designed myself to be an advocate for those people, taking classes on domestic violence, race, and American law, and on and on. I feel very strongly that we need to be, all of us, committed constantly to moving the project of human rights forward. And that includes racial justice. And with gentleness in my heart, I am going to read something that I hope is impactful. And I hope recalibrates to a certain extent this conversation about land acknowledgement that, quite frankly, I'm grateful is starting to happen in our community. This is an article that was circulated by the city manager. It's from a publication called Yes, Solutions Journalism, and the author's names will be read in just a moment. Please bear with me. It's just a couple more minutes. I think it's important to talk about this. Many events these days begin with land acknowledgements. Earnest statements acknowledging that activities are taking place, or institutions, businesses, and even homes are built on land previously owned by Indigenous peoples. As many organizations now call on employees to incorporate such statements, not only at events, but in email signatures, videos, syllabuses, and so on. And many organizations now call on. Organizations provide resources to facilitate these efforts, including pronunciation guides and video examples. Some land acknowledgements are carefully constructed in partnership with the dispossessed. The Burke Museum at the University of Washington in Seattle describes this process. Quote, "Tribal elders and leaders are the experts and knowledge bearers who generously shared their perspectives and guidance with the Burke. Through this consultation, we co-created the Burke Land Acknowledgement." That land acknowledgement reads, quote, "We stand on the lands of the Coast Salish peoples, whose ancestors have resided here since time immemorial. Many Indigenous peoples thrive in this place, alive and strong." Land acknowledgements have been used to start conversations regarding how non-Indigenous people can support Indigenous sovereignty and advocate for land repatriation. Yet the historical and anthropological facts demonstrate that many contemporary land acknowledgements unintentionally communicate false ideas about the history of dispossession and the current realities of American Indians and Alaska Natives. And those ideas can have detrimental consequences for Indigenous peoples and nations. This is why, in a move that surprised many non-Indigenous anthropologists to whom land acknowledgement seemed a public good, the Association of Indigenous Anthropologists requested that the American Anthropological Association officially pause land acknowledgements and the related practice of the welcoming ritual, in which Indigenous persons open conferences with prayers or blessings. The pause will enable a task force to recommend improvements after examining these practices and the history of the field's relationship with American Indians and Alaska Natives more broadly. We are 3 anthropologists directly involved in the request. Valerie Lambert of the Choctaw Nation and president of the Association of Indigenous Anthropologists, Michael Lambert of the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians and member of the Association of Indigenous Anthropologists, and E.J. Sobo, an American Anthropological Association board member charged with representing interests such as those of the Association of Indigenous Anthropologists. We'd like to further illuminate this Indigenous position, not from the association's perspective, but from our perspective as scholars. No data exists to demonstrate that land acknowledgements lead to measurable, concrete change. Instead, they often serve as little more than feel-good public gestures, signaling ideological conformity to what historians Amna Khalid and Jeffrey Aaron Snyder have called, in the context of higher education's diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts, a naive left-wing paint-by-numbers approach to social justice, which I will not tolerate. Speaking of erasure, I've heard that no one advocating for land acknowledgement has been in communication with the Ute, the Sioux, the Cheyenne, or the Arapaho. I hope that if this rises to the level of a conversation, a priority in our community, that we do it at the highest levels and that we do it with our utmost conscientiousness, because the issue is too important to the people affected. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. And I want to remind council, this was not about that particular issue. This is about removing a board member for other reasons. Okay, so we do have this pulled. Councilmember Grove, would you like to go ahead and make the motion?
Motion to, I move to remove a board member from the Next Generation Advisory Committee.
Excuse me.
If we gotta put the name in there.
Yeah, if we could read the motion as it is on the communication.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I move to remove Ifton Absher from the Next Generation Advisory Committee effective immediately.
We have a motion.
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Milliman. Okay, so just 1 second, this thing's taking for a while. Okay, a for is to remove, against is to not remove. Council, if you would, please vote. Looks like everybody voted up there. Cool, thank you.
The vote is 6-1, with Councilmember Grove voting no. The motion carries.
Thank you. Council, we now will go to, we have no general business tonight, so we'll go to item number 9 on our agenda. We have ordinance 22-2021, an ordinance on second reading approving the Fourth Amendment to the Newton Property General Plan Development Plan, Aspen Grove. Council, we will be making a decision to approve or not approve the proposed plan as is or with amendments. Let's see, so on October 5th, as you remember, we did have a hearing on this item, and we did have to continue this meeting to tonight. So council will be directing our questions. We won't be having a public hearing again tonight, but we will be directing our questions to staff and to the applicant. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and have the city attorney bring us, give us a recap.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I figured it's been a little over a month since council heard the evidence at the public hearing on October 5th, which was continued to today's date. So perhaps kind of a brief overview to kind of refresh everyone's minds in terms of what was done at that hearing. So on the October 5th hearing, staff obviously presented the application that was received related to, we'll call it the Aspen Grove PD amendment. That's easier than the other technical term for it. It was at that time that council asked some questions of staff. The applicant presented as well, and then I guess I would just kind of give you a summary of the application and presentation so that everyone remembers what it is that's being asked for in this PD amendment. So obviously it was a PD amendment. It was not a site plan, so no site plan was being proposed. That would happen at a different time or in a different phase as development came through. So essentially what council is being asked to do is to approve certain uses, to approve certain densities as it relates to that location, some modifications to height and buffer zones, things of that nature, which are really more towards the actual use. There were a couple of addition of uses that were being added to this project. Grocery store was being asked for, restaurants, hospitality. There was some mention of the potential for a hotel going in at some point. Also, that density issue that I addressed, and what the PD amendment would allow for would be up to 2,000 additional residential units. That was something that was being asked for. Some increases in height occurred from the existing PD, which dates back to 1985, to what it is that they were requesting. So in some areas, I think the current allowance for height is at 65 feet. In a few areas of the planning areas that were proposed, it would allow those to go up to 75 feet and 85 feet in a few areas, as well as reducing some of those heights. So there were some locations that were allowed to be 65 feet, and the applicant was proposing to bring 5 of those planning areas down to 30 feet. As well as a presentation related to some of the funding and improvements related to the trail system, as well as access to RTD and the park and ride location. They had presented kind of view studies that they had formed that showed that those persons on the east side of the location, those views would not be affected. as well as just the general amount of improvements that they were going to need to make, the investment into infrastructure, so totaled about $12 million. So following that, council didn't really ask questions of the applicant because we had a lot of individuals who were obviously very interested. So we went right into the public comment portion. And a summary of the public comments, and you may all have better recollections of what was heard, but we heard some concerns about parking. We heard some concerns about South Platte Park, possible overuse of South Platte Park, how this development would work with that. Obviously, Woolhorse Landing to the north. Some concerns that some of the residents had regarding the height, the increased height abutting that location. Traffic was an issue that we heard about, as well as the additional number of units. Height and views were a concern from some, and value of residential versus retail, kind of the minimum square footage that was asked for. So in the PD amendment, I believe the PD asked for, I guess a base of, I want to say 150,000 square feet of retail. Could be 125. 125. So that would be a reduction from what their current use is right now, but a discussion from the applicant indicated that some of that use was actually not currently filled with long-term tenants. You know, some concerns from the public were about affordability, affordable housing, as well as kind of just the phasing of the operation plan. How would this, what happens to Aspen Grove? Are certain sections going to be closed off while this is happening? And that was essentially it. So that was kind of a recap of what we heard. So we had closed the public comment portion. Before I get to that, I'm actually forgetting a couple of procedural issues that I should have started with. So the first procedural issue is following the October 5th hearing, one of our citizens, pursuant to one of our city charter provisions, City Charter Provision 37, filed a protest. It's actually in our charter, and it says that whenever there's a change of use in terms of zoning, that if you could get 20% of, if you took a 100-foot buffer of the location, and you got 20% of the property owners to support the protest, it would trigger a supermajority. So you would need 5 votes on city council. So this past Friday, that citizen did present their petition, and unfortunately, for the petitioner, it did not receive the necessary number of signatures to trigger that sort of provision. So I believe the signatures, if all properly verified, would have amounted to about 7.7%, and the trigger was 20%. So that is one kind of technical issue. The other technical issue that I'll bring up tonight so that it's on the record is I received a request from the applicant that a particular council member step down and recuse themselves from their participation in tonight's hearing. The basis for that request was due to a Colorado Open Records Act request. Essentially, the core request was they wanted to find out if council had been communicating with anyone about Aspen Grove after we closed the public hearing, so after October 5th. So there were a few emails that raised concerns among the applicant about the ability for someone to be fair and to be impartial regarding their decision tonight. I had an opportunity to speak with that council person. We discussed it. They believe that they have the ability to be fair and impartial and base their decision on the criteria, that there is some, there was nothing, no ulterior motive to any of the questions or any of the correspondence that may have raised concerns. And so they feel able to participate tonight, and that's what they're going to do. So, sorry, I should have led with that one. That would have been more interesting. Then I would have gotten into the guts of the details. So, at this point, because we had closed the public comment portion, we're left with council deliberations. So, it's up to council now to begin those deliberations. Certainly, the staff is here, as well as the applicant is here to answer any questions that you may have formed over the last 34 days.
All right, thank you. City Manager.
Yeah, sorry, Council. We do have, I think, at least one staff member, Kathleen Osher, who is ill, and I think she is ready to participate in this conversation if called upon here, but she is, she's on Zoom. So that has to do with perhaps some of the economic analysis that may be centered around this particular development. And I believe that's it from staff.
Carolyn Roan is also on Zoom if there are any floodplain-related questions.
And Carolyn Rome, will please tell us who she is?
Yes, if called upon. She is the Public Works Department Water Resource Engineer, if by title, I believe.
We know these names, but not everybody does. Thank you. All right, council, we are ready for discussion. Who wants to kick her off? You start either way you want. We talked about that. Should we just go staff or should we go break it up? But whatever your question is, just do it. So staff or applicant. We'll start with Councilmember Grove.
I'll start with staff, the easy ones. Okay, couple questions. Traffic. Any updates? We got a little bit of information last time from about traffic. Are there any updates or more depth or anything that would add to what we already heard? Because I think what we heard, if I remember correctly, that there was not going to be a whole lot of impact on the current amendment.
Aaron Human, City Traffic Engineer. Yes, there were a couple questions last time we met about traffic, and what I tried to articulate, hopefully I can do a better job this time, is that based on my experience in looking at the type of land use that's out there today and what it's capable of generating for traffic compared to what is proposed in the future, which is basically replacing a lot of the commercial with potentially residential. They generate traffic at different times of the day, but in general, the peak hours the PM peak hours, the afternoon rush hour is when we really try and focus our attention, because that's when traffic is at its worst in a day. At that time period, the amount of commercial that is proposed to be removed from the facility and replaced by residential is pretty comparable in a PM peak hour for what it generates.
And was this an experience thing or an actual study that you did?
A combination of both, I suppose. The traffic study itself that was prepared for this development delved into it a little bit. I, on my own, did a little research beyond that to kind of test the comparison between the different land uses. And so it's based on a combination of the report that was put together, my own experiences, and a little bit of research I did on my own.
Is that the report on the link in our packet? Because I couldn't get to it. I tried to, there was a traffic study. Is that different from the one we're talking about?
No. So all application materials are as they were at the time of the October 5th meeting. There's no new information that's been posted. The traffic report should be viewable on the development activity list.
Okay. I couldn't access it for some reason. Okay, second question, again for staff. On the planned amendment, there's a area called C2, and that's lower height. If you see along that edge, it's like 55 feet, and then it goes up to 85 feet in the amendment. So it'd be C1 and C2. Is that what is across from Woolhurst? I just want to confirm. And then Woolhurst ends before we get into D1.
There are three planning areas that are adjacent to Woolhurst. One is area C1, another is area C2, and area D1 is adjacent to the multifamily portions of C2 and all of D1 are adjacent to the multifamily side of Woolhurst Landing. Portions of C2 and all of C1 are adjacent to the single-family section of Woolhurst Landing.
And refresh my memory, is there any setbacks based on?
Yes, so on sheet, sheet 2 of the proposed plan development amendment, it describes the setbacks for those areas. It describes a minimum building setback requirements for buildings in feet. For areas C1, C2, and D1, it says that there is a 30-foot minimum setback, a 50-foot unobstructed open space requirement, and a 30-foot maximum building height within 200 feet of that property line. There are some relevant notes to those pieces. Note number 4 says that buildings within 200 feet of Woolhurst Landing shall not exceed 30 feet in height, period. Improvements such as, but not limited to, streets, easements, surface parking, landscape, trails, sidewalks, charging stations, plazas, walls, fencing, storage, and carports can be built within the setbacks. In addition, note 7 reads,
Where are you?
oh, excuse me.
Are you in the amendment?
No, I'm on sheet 2 of the amendment.
Is it,
Yes, that
okay.
amendment.
And you're on page 2, what page are you on?
Sheet 2. Yeah, and this is the left-hand lower corner under site development standards and notes.
Okay, and you have under, it's right here.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Note number 7 is also relevant, and it reads, "There shall be a 50-foot wide area of unobstructed open space along the edge of the property abutting the Woolhurst Landing residential development." I think these notes are somewhat confusing, but I think note number 7 is the appropriate one to pay attention to. There has to be 50 feet of unobstructed open space along that boundary between Woolhurst Landing and the development. So, note
So what
number
about 4? It says 30 feet in height.
correct. So, typically, when there are pieces of code that are in conflict, the stricter applies. There could be, in my reading of this, there could be landscaping, of course. Looking at note number 4, there certainly could be landscaping, trails, sidewalks, potentially plazas, walls, and fencing within that open space buffer. However, surface parking is not unobstructed open space. Charging stations, storage, and carports are not unobstructed open space and would not be allowed within 50 feet of that border.
So what's the distance between Woolhurst and the building?
Is
Is it over 200 feet?
No, it would be at least 50 feet in my reading of this document. That
So-
unobstructed open space does not allow buildings within it.
I'm
So-
sorry, then I'm not, then I don't understand why they're 55 feet and 85 feet if they say they have to be 30 feet and it's not 200 feet, if it's more than 200 feet.
So, in areas
I'm missing something.
C1, C2, and D1.
Right.
C1 and C2 describe a maximum height for that entire area of 55 feet.
Well, where's the 30 feet?
So within 200 feet of the northern buffer, there is another limit on height, and that is 30 feet.
Why is the limit 30 feet, yet these buildings are being at 55 and 85? I hate to belabor this point, but I'm not understanding when it says in here that it's 30 feet and why this is now 55 and 85.
Certainly. So the site itself, that entire block, of C1 and C2 has a upper limit of 55 feet. Within 200 feet of the northern boundary, adjacent to Woolhurst Landing, there must be a 50-foot wide unobstructed open space. That starts out, so no buildings within
Okay,
that.
50
that,
feet,
50 feet. Then for 150 feet, the height of buildings is capped at 30 feet. After you get 200 feet, that includes the 50-foot open space buffer and this 150-foot area of 30-foot building height maximum,
Then you can go
you
up.
can go up to 55 feet.
And so the distance between where these buildings start, given these parameters of open space, is at least 200 feet?
No, it is 50 feet where the buildings can start.
Am I
A
the only one that's
building-
not understanding this? Explain this to me.
No, I'm getting that, what you're getting at, Pam, but these buildings that are currently there on the north end of Aspen Grove, are they, what I'm hearing is they can build behind those buildings up to 30 feet.
So this would apply to the redevelopment of the parcel.
Right.
These standards we're talking
Sure.
about right now would apply to the redevelopment of the parcel. We would not apply that to existing buildings because they are existing and they are approved. So, I am not sure.
So they can build within 50 feet of the Woolhurst Landing area,
Correct.
up to 30 feet.
No,
Up
but
to
I'll be going
30
after this
feet.
And then
give somebody else
up
a
to 150 feet, they can go up to that 55 feet.
Yes, as soon as you get, they can build moving horizontally across the site in a horizontal plane parallel with the ground. You've got an area of 150 feet that can have up to a 30-foot building. And this, we're talking about the redevelopment of the site. And then, beyond that 150 feet of 30-foot buildings, you can go up to 55 feet for areas C1 and C2.
What I don't understand is you're telling me there's only a 50 feet from the building proposed to Woolhurst, and that's not 150 feet or 200 feet. So these buildings should be 30 feet.
So, my expectation, based on what they have submitted, is that no wall of any redeveloped building would be within 50 feet of Woolhurst Landing.
That's of the property line to the next building.
What's the setback right now, Michael? Maybe that's why
But,
we're not clear.
Pam, are you, Councilmember Grove, you following me?
I'm sorry, and we can move on and maybe we can try later, but it seems to me that there's not 200 feet between Woolhurst and the proposed building.
That's correct.
So then if it's not 200 feet, you have to have a 30-foot building, and these buildings are 55 and 85 feet. And I don't get it.
And, you know, the applicant is here as well, perhaps they can.
Maybe they can help.
Yeah, let's hear from you.
I had other questions for you, but maybe you can help me figure this out.
I think I speak Planarese or something, I'm not sure, I apologize.
How you guys doing? Brad Haig with Norris Design, 1101 Bannock Street. And hopefully I can do this justice, but for the first 50 feet, it's unobstructed open space. For the next 150 feet, it's allowed a 30-foot max height. And then after the 200 feet, it's allowed to go up to the 55-foot.
Get that. But what is the distance between the building and Woolhurst? He told me 50 feet.
50 feet. And then at 50 feet, you can have a 30-foot height building, max.
But you don't have a 30-foot height building. You're proposing a 55 or 85 height.
No, we're not.
You're just saying it could go up to that.
Yes.
They're all
30 feet.
These are development parameters. We are not
So it could
talking
be from
about.
30
Yeah,
to 55 or 85.
For 50 feet, we can't do anything. For the next 150 feet, there can be a 30-foot height maximum building.
Okay.
After the 200 feet, it can go to a 55-foot max building.
So it might be 30 feet and then a 55.
Stair step.
Stair step.
Thank you. I will move on. I have
Okay.
other questions, but I've taken up.
We're going to, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem. He had questions, and we'll get back to you, Councilmember Driscoll.
Thanks, Mayor. So this question is for staff or the applicant, or both. One of the criteria that council has to consider is whether the proposal encourages more creative and effective use of land and public or private services, and to accommodate changes in land development technology so that the resulting economies benefit the community. So with that criterion specifically in mind, I'm wondering if the developer builds the proposed minimum 125,000 square feet, what are the financial projections? What can the city expect in terms of sales tax revenues? And here's the reason that I'm asking. We don't have that number in our staff report. We have financial projections done by our economic development department for something like 265,000 square feet, something like that. I'm okay hypothetically with true mixed use. What I don't want is for us to transfer current commercial to primarily residential. I want true mixed use. Can someone please speak to that?
Hello, good evening, council members. My name is Kevin Garrity. I'm here with Colby. You remember us from last time. I think we'd love to speak to this. We, as a team, did not participate in the fiscal modeling, so I can't speak to the fiscal model that you're referring to or that data, but I can talk to you about retail, our target square footage and our goals. The intent of the minimum number in our current application was to accommodate future construction and reconstruction, and so to guarantee a current minimum during a construction period. We realize that's not effective in communicating our intent and our goals. Currently, to date, also our current planning, there is no minimum retail requirement. There could be 0 retail square feet on the property on the current plan. But our PD amendment, our goal and our priority is to maintain as much retail as possible, as much high-quality retail as possible into the future. That's our business, that's our goal. One of the main goals of the PD amendment is to introduce alternate uses in order to bolster the quality of the retail that we have on the property. And as we've seen and we've articulated in the past, over the past several years, that quality has been decreasing. And it's far more effective for us to build around higher quality retail, maybe that it overall has a lower total number of square feet, but that would allow us to lease to higher quality retailers and stores, earn higher rents as the landlord, and those stores can generate more sales and more successfully in a total overall slightly smaller number than there is currently in retail today.
Do we have any actual figures projected? I mean, I get the spot you're in. I appreciate your answer, but what I hear you saying is goals, higher quality, higher rent. I owe my community certain obligations, and I want something more than that.
I understand. So I can speak in a little bit more, as much detail as I can right now. Today, Aspen Grove is approximately 270,000 square feet of retail. The real occupancy of this property today is about 53%. Those are long-term leases for tenants that are open for business today. That's approximately 150,000 square feet that's open and operating right now. If we're able to remove some of the total square footage that's unoccupied or not occupied with permanent tenants, we'll have with something beautiful, interesting, showing diversity of uses, especially residential, we'll be able to appeal to the latest retailers who are willing to pay market rents and do sales that far exceed our current sales at Aspen Grove today. So that's the arc of our business plan and our rationale. And so the goal is to boost our occupancy overall. We want more than what is currently at Aspen Grove. But what's more important than just quantity is higher quality. We want better tenants that do better and stronger sales.
Just a couple follow-up questions, and then I'll pass it to whichever other council member wants to ask questions. Where did 125,000 square feet come from? And if I were to say have the support for an amendment to increase that number to 200,000 square feet, what problem does that create for anybody?
Yeah, Colby can talk about it.
Good evening. So to answer your initial question about where did the number come from, it was an analysis we ran looking at the existing retail buildings and the potential next generation or redevelopment of that planning area. So by demolishing some of the existing retail, we reduce the overall number, so there's a temporary reduction. And then with the redevelopment would include ground floor retail and then residential units on top. So with the up and the down, the give and the take over planning area by planning area, the 125,000 square foot minimum was the lower threshold that allowed us to have temporary downtime on the total amount of square footage at the property. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, what about when we're past the transition periods and when the development is complete, what's the goal?
I mean, the goal is to have the appropriate amount of retail to meet the market demands. That total number is a lot more than 125,000. But given the uncertainty of the future developments, that demand, we can't land on a specific number, but we can assure you that it's more than 125,000 and, closer to the existing occupancy today that Kevin referenced, which is actually a little under 150,000 square feet.
Yeah, okay. No, I get it. I appreciate those answers. What I'll probably do is I may ask for a recess and just to talk with the city attorney about how I can craft a proposed amendment. So there's a minimum 125,000 square feet during a set transition period that can be defined. But it would give me a lot greater peace of mind if long-term you all were committing to a higher commercial square footage.
Yeah. I think something, and we can take a recess and discuss this, or whatever the most appropriate path is, if you want to discuss this further with us, but we're willing to clarify that minimum, a minimum relate to a specific construction time period, and clarify that there's a certain minimum threshold only during construction. And then we can also talk about a certain minimum kind of to aim for permanently. Though to emphasize Colby's point, our goal is to have as much retail as possible. If we are set with a requirement that's too high, we are suddenly incentivized to lease very inefficiently to spaces that might not be market or might not be appealing in order to meet an arbitrary minimum. So I can understand your desire not to reduce that overall number.
I get that. I wouldn't want that either.
Yeah. Jessica.
If I may, and I know that this is a little bit of a circus.
If
Good
you
evening,
could
Council.
identify yourself.
Yeah, please.
Good evening, Council. Jessica Elizade, Fairfield and Woods Council on behalf of the Garrity Group. So I did just want to point out one thing from a land use perspective. We'll admit that that was inartfully written. The intention was to give some assurance to the city that we're not closing everything down, because that was a concern that this shopping center was going to be scraped and then somehow rebuilt. So that was the purpose for that. But the more important question is, it's also really important when we're talking about these phases, and I think we can get to some language that gives you the assurance you're looking for, but also I think you're going to want to incentivize multiple phases at one time. If the market's good enough that they have or that potential new tenants are seeing activity, they may be able to sign more leases and begin more phases at one time. And so we do want to contemplate a world in which potentially, if everything goes really well, we could be doing 2 phases at one time. And I think that there's a way to say it would be for a very limited period of time, and exactly what that number would be. We're prepared to give you some language on that. But we just would want to have at least a very finite period that would allow for 2 phases at one time.
What kinds of incentives?
What kind of time period?
No, incentives. You mentioned you want to incentivize multiple phases happening at once. What kind
Well,
of
I would
incentives?
think you'd want to incentivize multiple phases happening at one time, because
Right.
multiple
What kind
phases
of
means.
incentives?
to incentivize, oh, certainly not financially, I'm just talking about incentivizing the time period, right? Instead of like perhaps providing that minimum for, or a slightly lower minimum. So for example, if we raise that minimum for a long period of time, that the same condition would leave it at the, does the 125 account for 2 phases at one time? Yes. So 125,000 does account for 2 phases at one time, but we would want to state that. And I don't, I think probably 18 months to 2 years or a construction period that would afford that, but we would want to make sure that that condition was included.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry to ambush you.
No, thanks.
Great. Councilmember Driscoll.
Yeah. Michael, do you know our setback from between Woolhurst and the current north end of, I mean, that building is that building 200, are those buildings 200 feet away from Woolhurst right now?
No, I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, maybe one of these guys do.
But the applicant may know.
Is your microphone on?
Yeah,
It is now.
I mean, if we're looking at C1, let's see, if we're looking at, let me go back a line here. If we're looking at C1, C2, and D1, to me, that's the current footprint they're on right now. And so if they can even go further north with an additional 30-foot building there, it's not shown in any of the drawings, but what I'm hearing is it's possible that, they could potentially do that.
Do we have the presentation available? Perhaps we could pull that up.
I'm looking at the presentation.
Okay, and if I could pull up my screen, I did prepare kind of an illustration.
Right.
Just very quickly, this is a little bit rough, but I know there was some confusion about what the proposal is. And if you look at this, north being to the right side of the drawing, Woolhurst Landing being to the right side, and Aspen Grove being to the left. I drew a black line, a thin black line, which is the Woolhurst property line. My understanding from this proposal is that there would be in red, illustrated in this diagram is a 50-foot unobstructed open space area. From there, you could have a building on Aspen Grove. It could be a maximum of 30 feet in height, which is illustrated by the purple box. That could go a distance from 200 feet from that northern property line, where then you could go up, which is illustrated by the purple box, to a 55-foot level. And I hope that illustration clarifies the issue.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Okay. With the setbacks, the existing setbacks, I can look those up. I don't have that available offhand unless the applicant knows what the existing setback is.
Mr. Mayor, I think the applicant can respond to.
Great. And then I think after that, after we have a response here, and Councilmember Driscoll, when you're through, let's go ahead and we'll take a 10-minute break after that.
Okay. Get Brad Haig, Norris Design again, 1101 Bannock Street. So I don't have exact numbers, but I know there's the 50-foot unobstructed open space. There's a drive aisle, so I believe that's 20 feet, and then the building in the current condition.
70 feet currently.
Is my estimate.
Okay,
based
thank
on-
you.
So the chances of building in that space are none. I mean, we're really talking about the 200-foot setback is what we're talking about. Is where the project really is going to start.
No.
So, again.
I'm talking about the 55-foot building. That's where.
Yeah, with a 55-foot building.
Because I
it
don't
would
see
be
anything on
200
this,
feet away.
on the drawing at the 30 feet. But you're saying it's possible to put something there.
So again, we do not have a drawing that shows an actual plan. This is all about certain parameters that we're creating. So
Right,
within the
right.
50 feet, we kept nothing. Within the 150 feet, there's a 30-foot maximum height.
Right.
And then it goes to 55 after 200 feet.
Aaron, this is back to you. Will the quad road be done by then? What's our timing on there? Maybe that's city manager, I'm not sure.
By then, when do you mean?
By the time this project is, I think I had it scheduled to kick off in, when was this, like 2025, somewhere in there?
So the
3
quad
years?
road is under design right now. The design is expected to be completed by about the end of '22, beginning of '23. And then construction is expected to take about a year to two. We haven't gotten to that point yet, so it's expected to be all built and in place by year 24, 25, sometime in that timeframe.
And refresh my memory, is if you're driving south on Santa Fe and you just passed the last building at Aspen Grove, are we using some of that RTD land to put a road through there to get you over to Mineral?
No,
No,
not
that has
currently.
nothing to do with it, okay.
No, the quad road, the whole bypass road will be in the southwest
Just Mineral,
quadrant.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then real quick, just for point of reference, how tall is Alamo?
The plans for, and the applicant can chime in here as well, but the plans for Alamo indicate heights up to approximately 65 feet.
No, I get that. I'm just trying to put in perspective. I look at the staff report, and on page 6, they're trying to show us, what 85 feet looks like. And I kind of get 85 feet, but what I heard mostly from the public is, hey, we recognize that, something has to change here. But 85 feet is a high number, and I'm just trying to gauge it next to Alamo. Perhaps you can.
So for reference, that's a good reference point. The Alamo building is slightly higher, slightly over 55 feet.
Okay.
Do you have anything else?
No, I'm done.
Okay. With that, it is 7:46. Let's be back by 7:55. Councilmember Driscoll, were you finished with your questioning? Okay, all right. And I do have a couple questions. I'm not sure if it's going to be, I think it's more for, I think it's for the applicant. So, thank you.
No problem.
Well, let's see, so the shopping lives of, the shopping, that life of shopping malls or strips or whatever the heck we call them these days, life centers, make me feel good centers, whatever they are. The life of those things are still 10 to 15 years. And this plan is calling out for a 20-year plan. So I'm a little concerned by that by the time you get, 10 years from now, the plan is going to be so incredibly different because the existing plan is just not going to be relevant anymore. Because after 10 years, as I don't need to tell you, of course, these things start to have their, need to be revitalized again. What are your thoughts on that?
I think what is good about this plan amendment and why it's so distinct from a project and why we're not coming to you with a specific project, we're coming to you to begin this evolution of this property that is intended to last quite a long time and be done over over a very long period. And it's because even though circumstances in the larger economy change, our leases are signed often for 5 or 10 years, and then our tenants have 5-year options after that at their discretion, they can continue to stay on as a tenant. And so the tenant has control. Really, once we've signed the lease, when it approaches the end of that term, they have control and they can decide whether they want to stay or go somewhere better. So having that longer term vision beyond 5 or 10 years gives us the flexibility to adapt. And I think that's why it is, there is no demand for 2,000 units at Aspen Grove at all. It's why we're thinking long-term, and we've been working with the city, and we've been working with the community and community members, and we've been working with South Metro Housing Options to find and see what is the best in the long-term interest for this slow evolution. So I think maybe a project would have been addressing a 5-year or 10-year need. But this planning amendment, it's very different than what we typically do and what you typically see for projects, is meant to solve this kind of a planning solution that accommodates this slow evolution.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, can I add on just
Oh, sure.
a little bit to that answer? Just to clarify, I mean, Kevin touched on it, but the application.
That mic, if you could.
Yeah, what we're proposing here,
We got the long and short of things there, sorry.
Is it's a zoning framework. It's not a specific project that has a finite life or a goal to deliver in a certain amount of time. It's the framework that allows us the confidence to know that we can work within that framework to meet the market demands as they evolve. It's not like we're trying to deliver a project in a specific amount of time over the entire site.
Thank you. So you're proposing 2,000 residential units, that's correct, and they're all leased type units?
Yeah, the zoning would allow up to 2,000 units on the site, and it's a variety of housing options. It's not a specific one.
Some are, would, you're considering the ownership as well?
Yes, we're considering
As well.
all options. It's a variety of
Okay,
housing
all right.
options.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, Councilmember Middleman.
Don't go too far. I have some questions for you.
We're not going anywhere.
I have a couple questions. Okay, good. Could you speak to us about why you are proposing this particular project versus just staying with the status quo? Like we've heard from some citizens, oh, we don't want Aspen Grove to change. No, we want Aspen Grove to stay the same as it is now. And this is specifically with regards to the major anchors, which are really high-quality retail establishments. So, fire away.
If you can think of a major anchor that you really like at Aspen Grove, I can promise you we want to keep them there also. They provide valuable everything. Rental income for us as a property owner, retail experience for Littleton and for people in Littleton, and also, especially Aspen Grove is distinct from downtown Littleton, is Aspen Grove is a draw for national chain tenants to come to South Metro, and that brings in people from beyond Littleton, revenue from beyond Littleton into Aspen Grove. So those national brands, the special brands that are unique to Aspen Grove and kind of would only belong at Aspen Grove in Littleton are tenants we want to keep. We want them to be excited to re-up on their leases when their leases come to term. And why we're here that's exactly why we're here. We want to be a compelling place for these tenants to be because we want to attract not just residents and additional residents who might live at Aspen Grove, but people, extend throughout South Metro to come and experience Aspen Grove.
Is that it? Kelly?
Oh, yeah, I would also say, we have leases coming to term every month, and we're in negotiations constantly with these tenants. And if we don't have a vision that we can share with them about the future and why we're creating an attractive place for them to be, they will go elsewhere. And we're in competition with other places around Denver for those tenants. And what we have is this really unique opportunity to make Aspen Grove, continue Aspen Grove to be authentic to Littleton, return it to that feeling that it was in the first few years it was open and operating, while also being attractive to the next generation of retailers. And so that's essentially this plan and why we're here with this amendment.
Great, thank you. Next question, this is kind of piggybacking on to the conversation about Wellhurst Landing and all. And this is probably more a question for Mike and Jennifer. What if we were to superimpose the ULUC with regards to like step backs and setbacks, just on that northern property next to Wellhurst Landing? How would that look? How would it look very differently from what they're proposing now? Just on that north end than the C1, C2, and perhaps D1.
Certainly. It is quite a bit different from the current proposal. The ULUC would have kind of a mixture of building setbacks, bulk plane restrictions, which are really different from what is proposed here, and buffer yards. So the setbacks in the buffer yards are fairly similar, and that would be about, depending upon building type, would be about 10 to 20 feet of setback, including a buffer yard. And that buffer yard has landscape requirements. Maximum heights under the ULUC would also depend upon building type, but would range from 35 feet to 65 feet for residential development, and from 47 feet to 91 feet for commercial or mixed-use development. Now, the bulk plane is a little bit different, and that kind of establishes a plane, a horizontal, roughly horizontal plane where the building can't go above that. And that would, for multifamily residential, would step back 2 feet for each 1 foot over 30 feet in height. So it's kind of a slope that's imposed to height. For commercial and mixed use, that slope would increase slightly to 1 to 1. So for every foot over 35 feet, you would need to step back a foot for every foot over 35 feet. Now, that one I don't have an illustration on, but I hope that's sort of it's a little bit complex, but very different from what is proposed.
It would be more of a, like a gentle versus,
Yeah, right.
okay. I'll ponder that a little bit more. How does the applicant feel about that proposal or topic discussion?
I think it's a good opportunity to give our proposal context. So relative to some of the parameters that are in the EOUC, height is one of them. So any mixed-use building we would do, we have a limit to that. The overall height that we have proposed for the property would have an average height of 60 feet, which is currently less than what the existing PD allows of 65 feet. We also cap the heights at certain planning areas as low as 30, then at 55, and then as high as 85. But the 85 feet is really concentrated where it's most appropriate, which is adjacent to RTD, because we want to deliver a proper, a well-thought-out, successful TOD project. So the heights being consolidated to that side of the site are most appropriate there. That's still taken into consideration view preservations for our neighbors and strong considerations of impacts to the neighborhood. So we have, the setbacks were addressed. So we have a 50-foot and 200-foot setback adjacent to Woolhurst, as opposed to a much a thinner option of 10 to 20 feet. So I think, those are worth saying again, just to show that we were very thoughtful in designing planning parameters that were really considerate of the neighborhood and thoughtful about the way that it interacts with the community. So I'll leave it at that unless there's more specific questions.
No, thanks for asking those questions, but I did have a couple more, but I'll defer and wait.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, let other people.
We'll do another round. We'll go to Mayor Pro Tem, and then we'll go to Councilmember Driscoll.
So another of the criteria that council has to consider is whether the proposal encourages innovation and efficiency in residential development to meet the growing demands for housing of all types and designs for persons of any social or economic status. Just have a couple questions with that criterion in mind. The first question is, why 2,000? And I asked for a couple of reasons. The first is I'm always very suspicious of round numbers because they always strike me as arbitrary rather than data-driven, right? And the second reason I ask is because, if I'm honest, I was a little disconcerted that after Planning Commission, it seemed viable for you all to lop 500 houses or residences rather off the proposal. What I want is what's right for the community, right? Not what's the most we can get, right? Is 2,000 tied to the mixed use concept, right? We need 2,000 residences because that's what makes our commercial concept work, right? So, and then the last question I have is, the criterion speaks for itself, right? Persons of any social or economic status. I'm going to ask, so it's on record, why not affordable housing? I'm very affected by the people who stand at that lectern and they say, look, I want guarantees around affordable housing. I have real, I get in our BBC housing study that we need housing, period, right? I get it. But our core housing needs are very different, right? Downsize housing for seniors, workforce housing, starter homes for young families, and affordable, accessible housing. 2,000 units, why not do some? 50, 20, give me something. So those are my questions.
I'll start in reverse order of your questions. So to your second question, we agree that it's important to have a variety of housing options. And so early in the process, we voluntarily engaged with South Metro Housing Options to talk about what will be appropriate at Aspen Grove and what what sort of housing options are best there. And so I think that shows that it's top of mind, and we're thoughtful about it, and it's important to us. I might ask Jessica to come add on some more context, but.
I can answer this question slightly better. I actually represent low-income and workforce housing developers. I am super familiar with every kind of financing mechanism and product, and it is a core part of my legal practice. So unfortunately, I know the finances and the players and how it works better than most. And I'm also really familiar with how the regimes work and the infrastructure that's set up to mandate affordable housing, to set goals and to set parameters for affordable housing across the Denver metro area, or really the 5-county metro area. So a couple of things. The first is meeting with South Metro Housing Options was not, it's not lip service, and it's not a goal. It was an actual conversation because we're not here with a project. So we don't know how the land's gonna lay out. Look, the idea is retail is first. Garrity's in the retail business. Garrity wants to be able to add some residences, the lowest number possible, quite frankly, to excite retailers so that as many amazing retailers come to Aspen Grove as possible. We know that the right number was 2,500. That's the number that gets the retailers excited. That's the number they've been told by retailers that they need to see in order to locate there, in actual lease negotiations. But in an effort, we knew that the issue kept being raised, and so we were able to go back, have some conversations about, are there some option, is there some give? And the 2,000 number is the absolute lowest number that starts to work. Now plugging that into your question about affordable housing, so because this is not a project, because this is not a site plan, because the 55 number that you see for height, which may be confusing, is not a building, it's the height in that planning area, for example, next to Woolhurst, with the note that it can only start 200 feet in, that 30 feet of it, right? I mean, that the remainder of it has to be at 30 feet high. Those planning parameters inform future retailers to locate there. And so because we don't know what that looks like, because we haven't created a phase one, there's not a way to tell you, is it for sale? Is it for rent? How many units are going in a first phase? Because it all depends on which retailers sign first. That's the answer. And so are there LIHTC products? Yes. Are we absolutely committed to the concept? Have we talked to lots of folks? Have we talked about lots of different financing mechanisms to make it happen? Absolutely. Can we commit to that today? We can't, because the goal is retail. So I hope that answers your question. If it doesn't, I'm happy to go to continue.
I mean, the piece of evidence I have in mind is the developer's proposal initially, which specifically identified market rate housing only in this development.
So that was an
developer. Hold on one second.
Oh,
The
sorry.
developer came off that only at council's last meeting.
That's not actually true. I can speak to that. That was an absolute, a lot of times we'll start with a template when you write a PD. Internally, it was flagged that, hey, this PD had identified market rate housing, and it was not removed textually. I think staff can speak to the fact that we actually talked about removing it. There were several other errors that were changed after we all went, had an opportunity to look at that again. That was not in response. That was actually, that change was made prior to the hearing. We had asked and knew that those words would be removed.
So, I mean, again, right, I've got to consider whether this is going to get housing to persons of any social or economic status, and you're saying, Scott, we're not going to commit to that.
I'm saying, Scott, we're happy to commit to that Councilman Mellon, I'm saying I'm happy to commit to that. Right now, the city doesn't have a mechanism And not to get too legalese, but affordable means a whole bunch of different things. So the reason that I talk about products is because if it's going to be a true LIHTC product, if it's a 3% or a 6% product, those products truly are affordable. Is it attainable? Is it workforce? Who is a partner in that, and what are the definitions of affordable? So if we can get to that, I think we're happy to commit to something, but the problem is the city doesn't have the mechanism to enforce that right now.
Okay. I think I have my answer. Thanks.
Good. Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Yeah, to piggyback on that 2,000 units, the 85 feet, that's, I think, a big sticking point for a lot of people that spoke up at the comments. How did that number come to be on those 3 buildings, and is that number, do we have, can we reduce that down and maybe bring up another building or 2, to achieve those numbers that you guys are looking for?
Yeah, good question. These are all really good questions. So our goal was to isolate residential as close as possible to the RTD station, to be as much of a transit-oriented residential development as possible. What that also does is if we just have 85 feet in one section of the property, that allows us to go above the currently allowed 65 only in one small area of the property. So you can build residential in that area, satisfy the desire to be close to transit, and not impact any overall height across the property overall as a whole. As you know, there's many places where there are no buildings at Aspen Grove. If we're able to do a residential development in one location that reaches 85 feet, that's something that our study has shown that it doesn't remove mountain views for anyone, and the only change in height would be isolated to one very small portion of the property.
So the D1 section on the northeast corner, that's proposed at 85 feet. So, I understand the trans-oriented piece of it, but that doesn't really fit the trans-oriented discussion, I guess, or argument.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's actually zoned for hospitality, for a hotel.
Okay.
That's actually something that wasn't a part of our original intent to offer, but we were told by the city that that's something that the city wanted. And so we incorporated it into our plan because we understood that that was something that's part of the larger vision for the city in Zaire. So we're happy to remove that or come off of that in that section, if that would please the city.
Okay. I'm going to go back to Aaron real quick because I just can't get over this traffic concern I have. When you ran these numbers, you were running on 120,000 or 125,000 square feet, but if in fact they build out to 265,000 square feet, now we're right back to where Aspen Grove used to be, in addition to the residents that live there. I'm just struggling with this traffic in that area. Can you put my mind at ease?
I wish I could.
Let's let Aaron give it a shot here.
Actually, I didn't run it with 125,000. We looked at 150,000 square feet of retail and 2,000 dwelling units as the comparison. Maybe what I could explain a little more to help you out is the difference between just a commercial development and a mixed-use development is you start to introduce trips that have to come for commercial, but now don't have to come when the residential's right there. It's literally someone just walking downstairs. The difference between someone walking downstairs in a building to shop at a store versus someone having to drive to a building. When it's just commercial, everyone has to drive there. When you introduce mixed use, now some of those trips are taken away. And then you add on top of it, we have light rail right next to it. If what they're able to achieve, which is truly a transit-oriented development, and encourage more people living there to use light rail and people coming to visit this development to use light rail, now you're taking trips away from that standpoint also. So I can't tell you that if they have 265,000 square feet of retail and 2,000 residential units, that there's not going to be more traffic. There will be more traffic, no question. All I'm saying is based on if they reduce the commercial to around 150,000 and add approximately 2,000 dwelling units. That is about even in the PM peak hour, which is the hour that we're most concerned about from a traffic standpoint. And it's because of, not just because of the number of trips generated, but it's because of how you have reductions for transit use, reductions for internal use, things like that.
And then just one final question, mainly for you, Jessica, since you made the comment, saying that the retailers said we need at least 2,500 units. That just shocks me that the retailers tell you what you should be doing. 25 or 2,000 units, I mean, if that's just one in a unit, that's 2,000 people. If you put 3 to 4, we're up 6,000 people in that area. If, I don't know if that was a good answer, is what I'm getting at.
Please.
Sure.
And I'm going to let Kevin Garrity speak to this because he speaks with the retailers and I don't. So the retailers have told us, meaning the retailers have told Garrity Group. So retailers don't tell you what to do on an operational daily kind of basis. You're exactly right. But when you're attracting retailers or you're trying to retain retailers, and when you have marquee retailers whose leases are coming up and they are contemplating where it is that they want to be, they very much dictate what kinds of places that they are willing to lease in. And so it becomes a conversation about rooftops. And there's a really compelling visual of this area. So they do like a regional draw and then they'll do local rooftops. Probably you've heard this and Kevin can speak to that better than me. But it is striking when you look at this area because all of the beautiful open space, which is a great thing, including nearby Columbine Country Club and a whole bunch of other areas that would be regional draws, are actually and bodies of water, right, with reservoirs in the area. There are vast areas, much more so in this part of town than other places that don't have rooftops. So that's part of the concern, but Kevin can perhaps answer that.
Yeah, but you'll have also those rooftops that are coming in for across the street too, that will be developed eventually.
Developed eventually and an immediate window when they're looking at locating somewhere that has it. They care about existing rooftops or rooftops that have the ability to develop within a very short period of time.
Right, but I think you'd be naive not to think that property isn't going to happen, property to the south.
I mean, we would love to say what it is that they take into account, what site selectors look at, but that's not how a site selector works. I'm not telling you an inaccuracy, I promise.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm going to ask questions. We'll go to Councilmember Grove and then Councilmember Rudnicki. So a couple questions for the applicant and then one for staff. Let's see, where's my, well, I guess I'll start out with, for the applicant, have you or will you consider putting in an application for low-income housing tax credits?
Come on up, because we want to be attractive to all different kinds of housing.
So this is a point that perhaps we haven't emphasized enough. We started by emphasizing it, and then we were told, well, maybe that has the opposite effect, because if you're not developers, how do you know? Garrity Group is actually a unique scenario where they are the property owner. They are not a developer. So it's not a spec kind of property. They're looking at how would they redevelop their own property. And Garrity has a long track record of developing retail. But Garrity is relatively new to developing residential, and even really sophisticated long-term residential developers would not develop their own LIHTC unless that's what they do for a living, because it's, as you well know, the complicated formula of doing that. So as soon as we would identify exactly how, first come the retailers who say kind of how the space that they're looking for works, and then we submit a site plan for that retail and the residential that accompanies that retail. Then we would identify based on that site plan, right, based on that amount of space, that amount of units, which LIHTC developers would be interested in putting a LIHTC product and letting them keep to the business of applying for the low-income housing tax credit.
So was that a long answer to a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Reed, you're not alone in those type of answers.
Sorry, I can't, I'm sorry.
Thank you. So I guess the bottom line is, though, that you would consider bringing in those that are specialized in that type of property?
Yeah, and I do want to clarify, the lawyer in me can't help it. I think your question was, have we submitted or would we consider submitting?
Consider.
The answer is no, because Garrity wouldn't be submitting. But would a developer would we consider, or are we committed to having someone else do that who develops a product? Absolutely.
We're good, we're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just don't want to commit to submitting.
I'm not. Okay, and a question for staff then. On a few of the pages in your staff report, you mentioned several times modeling. Can you tell me more about the modeling that was conducted by staff? And what I'm thinking of, that modeling, the accuracy can sometimes be as accurate as an economist or a weatherman. So what kind of modeling did you do here?
So Mayor, are you referring to the economic modeling?
On page 10, 11, 12. Staff report.
Okay, so that is referring to the economic modeling.
Yep.
Reed, do we want to have Kathleen address that, or have the applicant address it first?
I think let's have Kathleen Osher respond to that. She's, can connect to us via Zoom. And I think she can maybe add some light to some of the, maybe a question direct from us.
There she is.
Yeah, there we go. So Mayor or Council, if you got questions around that economic analysis at the staff level, Kathleen can try to address that.
Great, thank you.
Mayor and Council, Kathleen Osher, Community Services Director. The voice sounds terrible, which is why I don't want to be in person with you tonight and take any chances with all of you. But yeah, so what we've gone through is a process in working in collaboration with the applicant to model.
Please. Tyler, is there something you can do about the sound?
Fiscal impact.
I think we're good now. Tyler, you need to put it up a little bit more.
Let's do a test.
Is it any clearer, the sound?
Keep going.
Okay, so we take a look at the fiscal impact for the city, so really understanding the impact that residential and its overall impact on our resources as a city, and then looking at the revenues gained from sales tax generating commercial, and also, as the applicant mentioned, the potential of a lodging tax. So what we did was look at the baseline. So the applicant helped us define what that baseline is. And, just like has been a subject of conversation this evening, in terms of the overall trend, what we're seeing as part of the baseline is that it is on a decrease. And so from that, we also took a look at a combination of residential units, square footage for retail.
Could we take a quick 5-minute break?
Yeah, why don't we go
Let's
ahead?
try to sort
Okay,
out
it's 8:28. Let's come back at 8:35. Kathleen, continue.
Yeah, I just don't have the video on. Do you need me to turn video on as well?
we could get everybody to take a seat, please. Thank you. Take a seat. No. So I posed a question to the city or to staff just about the modeling. And Kathleen, we sort of heard you, but we didn't at the same
Okay.
time.
It's a real shame. Right. That's all I'm going to say about that, right? No. So basically just to kind of remind council, is the sound coming across now?
It's coming across rather low.
Okay. Do we want to try and make any adjustments?
Man, don't mess with it.
Okay. So the whole process that we went through with the applicant is understanding that their baseline and current situation at Aspen Grove is looking at future declining tenancy and lower retail sales per square foot. And so understanding from the model, if there were residential units added, then what would be the fiscal impact to the city? And so what we've seen in our economic analysis is that overall, without the redevelopment, we show that downward trend would continue. And we show that redevelopment, based on the analysis that we provided for October 5th, that redevelopment is financially favorable for the city and delivers a positive fiscal impact. So taking into consideration the cost of city services, particularly relative to that residential, and then also factoring in higher producing sales tax. I think one of the probably distinguishing characteristics that maybe the applicant could talk a little bit more about is anytime we have a development with commercial, we would see a percentage of tenants that might not be sales tax generating. And so what we see in Aspen Grove is a higher percentage of tenants that produce and generate sales tax. And so I don't know if the applicant or maybe their consultant might like to speak to that a little bit more, but basically we go through this modeling process to understand what the fiscal position and financial position for the city would be. And all indications that we have through the analysis is that this is in fact favorable to the city. So I hope that answers your questions, Mayor, but I'm happy to field more if you have additional.
Great. And thank you for answering the question. And I know you're not feeling well, but to me it looked like you went skiing and called in sick.
I wish.
All right, thank you very much. Let's see, for the applicant, let's see. Let's see where I was. I'm sorry, this is for staff again. Maybe not for Kathleen, please. So in your staff report again on page 6, the current notes permit flat roofs, which are not permitted in the previous PD. When Aspen Grove was planned, and that was back in 2000, I believe, something like that. And Councilmember Rudnicki and I were both on Planning Commission back then, and so the roofs and the facade of the designs were very much an interest on what was being designed for that piece of land down there. Architecturally, the rural vernacular played a major role in shaping the design of the buildings. The staff report states that the architectural standards have not been created yet. Do you anticipate the designs of the building will be architecturally rural?
So,
Rural vernacular.
right, the rural vernacular came from the, I believe it was the South Platte River Corridor Plan or the South Santa Fe Corridor Plan. And when we adopted the new comprehensive plan, those were superseded. And then we have the new code now, the Unified Land Use Code. So as it comes in, we expect that we'll review the architecture against the standards of the existing PD as you see it. And flat roofs might be an opportunity to change the vernacular of the site from a rural vernacular to perhaps a more modern vernacular. But I'd invite the applicant to speak on that as well.
Can I do a point of order here on you, Jerry? Sure. I feel like we're going down we're getting way too ahead of ourselves. You know, I think we're here to figure out the zoning and figure out the height. Getting into the architectural piece of it, the site, everything else, I just feel like we can spend the next 2 weeks having this conversation.
That's a fair point. I just bring it up because it was in the council report.
I'm with you.
That's a fair point. We can move on from that. I'll take that. Thanks a lot, Patrick. All right, let's go to Councilmember Grove.
I hope this is a short answer. You lowered the number of units from 2,500 to 2,000 after Planning Commission. Would you consider anything like a real reduction? And this is where I'm coming from. What we heard from the residents is they understand retail is changing, and they understand there's going to be more empty space. And I interpreted it that the citizens were not against having residential. Where I feel they were having trouble, where I'm struggling with the density. It's putting basically 2,000 to 3,000 people, the size of a small town, into 32 acres. And the way I calculate that, that's like 66 units per acre. If I look at, again, my calculations may not be exactly correct, Littleton Village with 900 units on 77 acres, that's 11 units per acre. Granted, they have single family. So the density for a suburban area and the impact is just so high. Is there any consideration of lowering these heights, lowering the number of units, and maybe catering more to what our citizens want rather than what these retailer wants?
Thank you for your question, Councilwoman. It takes both me and Colby to answer this question.
Oh, it's not a yes or no? I was hoping.
But it addresses several points and several questions that have been brought up, and so I want to continue discussing this and hopefully provide clarity. Our goal is to keep and retain our existing retail, and a primary goal is to keep and retain our existing retail and attract that relevant retail that had existed that many of our residents and our neighbors in Littleton love and want. The most productive way to do that is to slowly introduce residential to Aspen Grove. We're not asking for a project here. We're doing an amendment, a zoning amendment that allows us to very slowly over many, many years, over decades, to slowly change and evolve with the changing needs and desires. Giving permission to begin that evolution tonight allows us to attract those relevant retailers that our neighbors love and want to come back or want the latest versions of. The ones that generate sales tax, like clothing shops, electronic stores, restaurants, bars, and places to hang out and to gather. The slow, steady introduction of residential, which will only happen very slowly because we have long leases in place for many of our spaces already, is what this plan really entails. We'd like to speak about densities. Colby can address some of that.
So the 2,000 units translates to 61 units per acre across the entire site. That is on the low end of what's appropriate for a mixed-use corridor and specifically a TOD project. So that's why we came in with a higher density, because it's more appropriate to come in with a higher number of units. So to answer the question directly, the 2,000 units is necessary to support the evolution of the mixed-use future of Aspen Grove. And the density really, relative to the ULUC and other mixed-use projects, is relatively low. I believe the ULUC has a density of 84 units per acre, and we're proposing 61. So I think the ULUC was thinking, or the intent was to increase the density because it's appropriate along these mixed-use corridors, and it's appropriate adjacent to TOD. And we had the same thinking, but we came in on the lower end because of the feedback we were getting. and the understanding that, there's concern when you see that number on paper, it's scary. But thinking about the slow integration and specific planning areas changing over time, it really is more of a longer process. It's not 2,000 units in one day.
So the answer is no. So let me ask staff this question. If for some reason it does not pass tonight or you withdraw it, if for some reason, what happens when based on the new code? Is it 84 units, and does it go under the master planning process where it never would come to council or to public hearing?
So if the application request were denied tonight, it would be under a PLO designation, which would revert to the existing PD for Aspen Grove or the Newton property, which does not allow residential in this part of the development. So there would be no residential allowed. The applicant could make one of several different applications. They could potentially apply for a master development plan, which would most likely go to the Planning Commission and could potentially lift or remove the PLO overlay designation. They could also request a rezoning of the property, which would go to City Council to remove the PLO designation from the property and just be under the corridor mix zoning district. Trying to think of another.
So they would have to do to rezoning. It would not go directly to master plan, master development plan.
The way the ULUC works right now, they could apply for a master plan, which would automatically remove the PLO if approved by Planning Commission. Or, without applying for a master development plan, they could go directly to council and say,
Rezoning.
we'd like to just rezone it.
Okay, thank you all. Pass for now.
Great. Well, I have no one else lined up unless Councilmember Rudnicki. We'll come back to you.
Well, a couple of things. One is, sorry, Patrick, 10 seconds talking about architecture. Rural vernacular, I always fondly called barnyard vernacular. It doesn't work at the current Aspen Grove. You have barnyard architecture with Greco columns at the face of the building. Put a silver stake in the rural vernacular and do something a little more modern here. The second point is you mentioned that 2,500 units is a kind of the sweet spot for retailers. I'm wondering what the radius is, because we've got Planning Commission just voted to approve the site development plan for Enzer South, which is 800 units. You've got the residential Woolhurst to the north. You've got Berkshire, I think it's called, to the west. I mean, you've got 4,000 or 5,000 units within a quarter mile at least. We're not even talking about going up Jackass Hill. So, what is the radius?
So to answer the 2,500 units question, we weren't aiming for a certain specific number on site. We were looking at the community. And when we look at that radius, we often look at 3 different radiuses. Walkable radius, which we say within 1 mile, and then drive time radiuses within 3 miles or 5 miles, but generally a 15-minute drive time radius. For certain tenants, the attraction is much farther, right? Sometimes you'll drive much further to go to the movies or to go to the Apple store or something like that. So in our analysis, we evaluated all different kinds of experiential, high-profile national tenants that would be attracted to a mixed-use environment. And our analytics show if we had 2,500 units, we could go have conversations over the coming years with potential tenants at Aspen Grove and share with them that over the very long term, there's potential for more people to live on this property, up to 2,500 units, and that would fulfill long-term plans for the retailers and stores that we want to have on the property.
To add on, the way we got to that number specifically, it contemplated growth in the neighboring areas. So it wasn't like we need 2,500 units. within a 5-mile radius. We needed it on site in anticipation of additional units also being added in the neighboring properties.
Okay, thank you. That's enough.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Milliman.
I don't know if this is for staff or you guys, so here you go. I'm going back to Woolhurst Landing. I know that there's only one entrance in and out of that neighborhood. How do you think that this new development could potentially impact that, and who's going to manage those? The traffic flows in and out of that neighborhood?
I can start by saying, because this is a phased process, and we're only talking about the zoning framework, that we will continually assess the traffic impacts and come to solutions of any negative impacts that we make. I think it's worth noting, I should have said this earlier, but when we're talking about traffic and some of the traffic concerns to the site in the greater region, what we're proposing here, the project also comes with $12 million of impact fees to help solve and address some of these traffic concerns. So to answer your question directly, I think it's ongoing assessments of what the specific project would be and then solving those. And it's also the impact fees that would be utilized by the public agencies to also solve the regional impacts.
Councilman Milliman, if I might just add to that, something that we've also, sometimes we talk so much amongst ourselves and we have all of these answers in our head and we forget that this isn't what you do every day. You're not our project, so, or this proposal. Part of the process that has been lost here is the site planning and site development process planning. And so a site plan would have to come forward, which is highly detailed and would take all of these things, and you have to show mitigation of those impacts. It has to be to the standards of the code. It would have to meet fire safety, hazard, all of those sorts of things. Plus, then Garrity would be responsible for paying the impact fees for that portion that affects that impact. So to answer your question, we're not just asking you to take our word for it on traffic impacts. That would be evaluated at site plan through your planning professionals who would require the proper imposition and fees to pay for the improvements necessary to accommodate the neighbors in that area and to improve circulation at that point. And maybe Aaron has something to add.
I'll just add a little. We did a traffic study or had a traffic impact study done for the overall development. But once we actually get a project submitted, we compare every single one to that original traffic study and evaluate it. The frustrating thing from my standpoint at this stage is that we don't have a site plan. So I'm just kind of, there could be traffic here. Where is it going to go exactly? So, one of the things I did point out, and we had them write into the traffic study, was a concern about that single entrance to Woolhurst, and that it'll have to be addressed. We're not going to allow anything to be developed if they can't show that they've mitigated necessarily, so.
Perfect, thank you.
Councilmember Grove.
One thing we haven't addressed is the concerns that South Suburban raised. And I think at the last meeting, you said you had another conversation with them after the letter, May 31st letter. Can you speak to that, especially with respect to Platte River Park? It's already very, very busy. You take your life in your hands if you go across a bridge with the bicyclists and you're walking. And South Suburban is stretched very thin. And they talked about level of service. So can you tell us what's happened since May 31st?
Before we get to that, I will reemphasize that the city, there's nothing in our code to require any fee in lieu or parkland dedication. We can't require that of a developer or a property owner. That's essentially an exaction. So what other subsequent conversations have had, I'll let them speak to that, but I just wanted to throw that out.
Thank you.
So, do you want to speak? Sure. Yep. So I understand the concern about the potential impacts of more residents to the park. But, you know, I think it's important to note that what we're proposing here includes a substantial amount of open space, common area, and activity space on the site. So we are encouraging an active use for our future residents on the site. You know, the neighboring open space is a great amenity, but the intent is not to overburden the park space. The intent is to activate Aspen Grove. So, you know, we reached out early with South Suburban and had conversations, and we've reached out to other stakeholders like RTD and had conversations about what we would potentially do and how we could potentially partner to help solve any of these impacts or concerns, or ultimately deliver a project that improves the area, not negatively impacts. So it's an ongoing process, and once we have more specifics, we'll continue those conversations, and similar to the traffic, you know, come up with solutions to get ahead of any concerns or solve any concerns.
Thank you.
That it? Council, I'd like to hear a motion.
Mayor, excuse me. I move to approve ordinance 22-2021, approving the Fourth Amendment to the Newton Property General Plan Development Plan.
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Councilmember Driscoll. A little more discussion. Was anybody looking for amendments? If not,
You know, I am looking for an amendment.
let's hear it.
This is going to be a surprise to read, too. I took what Pam said with really a heavy, you know, just, I thought it made a lot of sense. You know, the citizens have spoken, we all agree that that the owner developer has the right to be relevant. And so I'm going to throw this out there and see if this gets any traction. I move to amend ordinance 22-2021, Fourth Amendment, to allow for Newton property zoning, to allow for residential use on property, and to eliminate the height in units per acre for future discussion.
Could you read that one more?
Sure.
Especially that last part, that's where you kind of gave
Yeah.
it.
I move to amend ordinance 2022-2021, Fourth Amendment, to allow for Newton property zoning, to allow for residential use on property, and to eliminate the height and units per acre for further discussion. All I'm looking for is a second.
Can you explain that a little bit more in
Yeah,
detail?
I'm happy
Sorry.
to.
We'd have to have a second first.
Okay.
I'll do a second. Okay.
Yeah, my thought process is, and I
So
think.
we have a second on that, City Clerk?
Councilmember Driscoll and Mayor Belvey,
Yes.
as far as the verbiage, I'll need to copy.
Yes. Okay.
Is that a raising your hand, or? Here, let me just explain sort of my, you know, quasi judicial, as you know, is just a tough deal. You know, we don't get a chance to discuss amongst us. We heard from the citizens, we heard, you know, if my count was right, we were, you know, pretty even. People came, spoke in favor, and not in favor, and we had, I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 people who are kind of in the middle. Where I'm getting hung up is not the mixed use. I'm getting hung up on the details of the height and the number of units, the impact this is going to have. And now that it's kind of open, you know, we're having this discussion, it just seems to me that if we can get over this first hurdle of just the mixed use piece, I think that's a win for the owner. I think that's a win for the city. And my hope is that we can take this to a further studies session or whatever staff recommends, but it does give us some more time to really figure this out. This is a big decision. This is probably the biggest decision I've had since I've been on council.
So if I can gain some clarity. So essentially, you would be approving the use, because currently, the current PD for Aspen Grove doesn't allow for residential in
Correct.
certain parcels that they're proposing it.
Correct.
But not willing to go to any of the heights that are proposed that the applicant has asked for. So there's 85 feet in certain areas.
Right.
and dropping it down to 30 feet in other areas. So would the intent that it go back to the existing zoning, which is 65 feet, is what they're allowed to build up to?
If that's, if we have to put a height on it, then it would be 65 feet. My thought would be, let's get something out there to, to where we can see 85 feet. Is that weather balloons that we put up there, and visually, we can stand up on, the neighborhood across from Santa Fe and look and say, okay, what does this look like for views? What does this look like, mostly on that property over by Woolhurst? So I'm just trying to get some, I guess I'm just looking for more time.
Just one second.
The applicant does have
Unless you
kind of
have a
that
point of
view
order.
corridor study, if that's helpful to take a look at what that looks
Right,
like.
yeah, I've
currently
been
at
studying that,
65
and
feet.
that's why I asked how high Alamo was at 55 feet, so we're looking to go up another, 30 feet or so. And I know it sits down in that bowl, and I get it, I get all that. So that's my amendment.
Okay. Councilmember Grove.
I like that. I think there's probably some agreement that we want to allow, it's just how much and how dense. Did your amendment include density, number of units, Patrick?
I'm sorry,
Did that amendment include number of units?
that was for further discussion, height and.
And to be fair
units
to
per acre.
developer, maybe we should go to date certain, so that they're not in limbo, because they may have to do some additional work. That's my thought.
Councilmember Milliman.
Just a point of clarification, in the ULUC, in the corridors, the height can go up to 91 feet, is that right?
With sustainability bonuses, it can go up to 91 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Go ahead, City Attorney.
I'm trying to be helpful in terms of getting this particular motion out, but we're leaving it with residential, not talking about any density. So density is essentially at 0.
We're asking for, we're
It's about height.
just asking to approve the mixed-use commercial piece of it.
Maybe we can take a brief recess and kind of reset this.
It is 9:03. Let's come back at, 2 minutes good enough? 9:08. Let's come back at 9:08. So we are with the city attorney at this point. Thank you, Kelly. Oh, we are, it is 9:09, we are back.
Thank you, Mayor. Just in consideration of Councilmember Driscoll's proposed motion, and as I understand it, it is to allow for mixed-use zoning in the Aspen Grove development, and then at a later time discuss potentially density, height, those types of things. Legally, I have some concerns about the current motion. I have some concerns about the fact that by not establishing any density, it's not establishing a maximum density either. And so this could potentially open it up to unanticipated items. I think the applicant has filed their application. They have a right to hear their application. They've gone through the process. We've continued it to now. I have some concerns about a future council having to address the questions of density, the questions of height, when they haven't been privy to the current discussions that have been going on before this council. And so I know the motion is out there. I have some concerns about it.
Okay, council, any more discussion? We have a motion on the table. Go ahead.
Well said. I threw it out there. I'm able to pull the motion.
Or we can vote on it, whichever.
Okay? I think we probably vote on it.
Let's just go ahead and put it to a vote. Okay, so City Clerk, if you please read back the motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Driscoll moved and Mayor Valdez seconded to amend Ordinance 22-2021, approving the Fourth Amendment to the Newton Property General Plan Development Plan to allow for residential use on the property and to eliminate the height in units per acre for future discussion.
Okay, a 4 is for the amendment and against is opposed. Please vote. I think everybody voted.
The vote is 7 against, the motion fails.
Okay, we still have a main motion on the table. Any more discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk, could you have something you want to say?
Oh, yeah, I think we have loads of discussion still, because we all got to walk through the criteria, right? But what I want to add now is, well, we were going to do a recess. I don't want to ask for another break, so Reed and counsel for the applicant, you know where I'm headed. Help me out.
Are you making a motion?
I'm going to move to amend the proposal to require a permanent minimum 225,000 square feet of commercial with temporary minimums of at least 125,000 square feet of commercial, and a period when 125,000 square feet is permitted as a minimum not to exceed I don't know, 2 years, or a reasonable time period for the construction of that phase. So my first shot.
Can I speak to your proposed motion or condition?
Do we have a second yet? Do we need a second?
Second.
We need a second. Okay, we have a Councilmember, we have a motion and a second by Councilmember Driscoll. Now we can discuss.
So in talking with the applicant in regard to kind of what they could theoretically, kind of the minimum that they could keep, like the maximum minimum, if that makes sense. I believe 150,000 square feet of retail/commercial is the maximum that, and if I could have the applicant speak to it, I don't want to make myself a witness to those comments, so to speak, but it would be a, there she goes.
We're currently at 150,000 square feet. So requiring anything over 150,000 square feet would be requiring us to increase the occupancy that is currently on site.
So you're saying the permanent minimum commercial square footage is 150,000 square feet?
The current occupancy is 150,000 square feet. So we're replacing some of that, but if it's not occupied, it's not revenue producing. So Kevin, perhaps?
Well, right now, we have 150 occupied, but it's up to 270.
It's up to 270, but if it's not occupied currently, it's about, right,
Yeah, so we're currently occupied with permanent leases that are with open tenants and permanent leases at 140 right now. We have a number of temporary tenants, but they're not, by definition, they're not permanent. And so today, that current demand and that current occupancy of open tenants is 140.
Right, but the proposal is to add 2,000 residences, and the idea is it's going to include it's going to increase the viability of the commercial development, right? So.
That's right. Hopefully, we do increase our occupancy from what it is today, or especially, what's especially valuable is increasing the quality of our occupancy that we have today.
So you're saying long-term, the bare minimum, or excuse me, the maximum that you want, that you believe is viable is 150,000 square feet of commercial?
No, absolutely not.
It's much higher.
Yeah.
What we're willing to commit to is a different question. Sorry.
Right in the mic.
Long-term, we expect that, they'll expect that it will be much higher. But what we can legally commit to so that we're not in a zoning violation is a different number. So the idea is, why would you want to create more space than you know there's a market demand for today? That's the question. I guess that's where we're at.
Yeah, I mean, I can reiterate my earlier comments, which are I don't want this property converted from commercial to residential, and 125,000 square feet as the proposed minimum for commercial. Well, I'm a no vote at that point, right? I need some assurance that there's going to be more commercial square footage on this property because the first criteria listed here, so that the resulting economies benefit the community, that's sales tax. Residential gets us nothing in terms of financial benefits to the community. I need to make certain that this development gets us healthy amounts, sustainable amounts of sales tax. And if you're not prepared with that, that's fine. I mean, if you don't want to commit, then okay. We can commit you, or we can just vote no, right?
I'll let Kevin speak for himself.
Yeah, so if we have two potential tenants reopening soon, or one tenant reopening soon, another potential tenant coming in, we could raise that amount, but it means we're focused on that minimum amount for the long term. We could raise it to 200,000 square feet.
But you're saying that you envision even way more than that long-term. So
We
what's
do.
the hesitation?
We're talking about requirements for us and currently there's no requirements for a certain number of square feet on the property. So I think that's what it is us getting into a position where we don't have the flexibility to make changes over the very long period of time.
I have a question regarding the amendment. So is your intent here is to make sure that we have commercial first?
No, I believe in the mixed-use concept. What I don't want to have happen is a current commercial property convert to primarily residential. And I think that 125,000 compared to the current commercial square footage, leased or not, of something like 267,000 is a huge financial risk potentially for the city.
Yeah.
And so I'm talking about committing the applicant to a much higher number of minimum permanent commercial square footage. What did I say, 225?
Yep.
Please note that there's also a requirement we did address this in the PD. There is a requirement per planning area of commercial and residential within each planning area. So there is no planning area that would not have mixed use in it, just so that you understand it's fully intended to be vertically mixed use. But Kevin's committed to the 200 number. I think that gets to part of your concern. That's on the PD.
Councilmember Milliman?
And I would just, I'm reading verbatim from the staff report. After modeling the redevelopment of Aspen Grove under several scenarios, staff has found that the type of mixed-use redevelopment being proposed is fiscally favorable to the city of Littleton. So I think it's pretty generous for the applicant to go from 125 to 200.
Yeah, just to play off that, there's no modeling at 125,000 square feet. It's simply a giant question mark. And I believe the applicant that they want way more commercial square footage, but who knows what the next 20 years are going to bring to commercial real estate. And I don't want a conversion to primarily residential. 125,000 is less than half of what is currently leased on the property as commercial square footage. And I just have a real concern about what that would mean for the city's sales tax revenues. So, I don't know, 200, I don't know.
Okay. Council, we have a, Councilmember
Yeah,
Driscoll.
no, I think your point is well taken, Scott, and I applaud that amendment. I would be thrilled with 200 if they were willing to come up to that number.
All right, so council, we have a motion and a second on the table. Are we ready to vote? Council, City Clerk,
Wait. Yeah.
City Attorney?
Just to reset what the current motion is.
That's what.
And I was going to ask Mayor Pro Tem to read it again because I made it halfway through. I will read you what I have.
Yeah, go ahead,
Okay.
sure.
Mayor Pro Tem Malin moved and and Councilmember Driscoll seconded to require a permanent minimum of 225,000 square feet with a temporary minimum of at least 125,000 square feet and a period when that minimum, and then you kind of wavered between 2 years or whenever, so,
He had said 2 years, I believe.
okay.
Maybe, I think the better part of prudence is to vote me down and let Reed and applicant's counsel figure out some
Yeah.
language.
Well, let's go ahead and read that, the motion and just with the 2 years.
Well, I've read you as much as I have.
I
Okay,
have,
well, that
I
was the
have
motion.
proposed language, so if you
let's-
wanted to withdraw your motion and that got concurrence from the second, then you could not have a
Let's do
motion, you
that.
wouldn't have to go through the vote.
I'll withdraw it.
Second.
All right, it has
Thank
been,
you.
the second amendment has been withdrawn.
So can we do that recess and let Reed and, 'cause I think
We
there's
got the
counsel
numbers.
interest in this.
All
We
right,
got it.
let's hear it.
So it would be, I move to add a condition requiring a minimum of, and fill in the blank, the applicant has offered 200, you have offered 225. Square feet of retail commercial with a minimum of 125 square feet of retail commercial for no more than 2 years during any phase of construction, and direct staff to work with the applicant to update the site development standards to accommodate that change.
Yeah, except 25,000, not 25, but other than that,
Yep.
I'll,
You want 225,000.
no, you said 20, never mind. Everyone knows what you
I know.
meant.
Wait. Does someone want to make a motion?
Yeah, so moved, and the blank I'll fill in, hold on one second. Been to too many mediations in my life, so, hold on one second.
Okay.
212,500 square feet.
So you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't catch the number, I'm sorry.
212.5.
212.5. So to reset it, I move to add a condition requiring a minimum of 212,500 square feet of retail/commercial with a minimum of 125,000 square feet of retail commercial for no more than 2 years during any phase of construction, and to direct staff to work with the applicant to update the site development standards to accommodate that change.
So moved.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second? Do we have a second? It's going to die if we don't have a second. It just died. Okay, so we do not have a motion. We do have a main motion, however.
Point of order, do
Sure.
we have to go through the criteria? Or can we just vote?
We can vote. We can vote.
Presumably, you should be basing whatever your decision on the main motion is based upon the criteria.
Right.
Right, so we don't
to.
have to voice it, but we base it on.
That is what we're
Okay.
basing our decision on. Okay, so council, we have a main motion, no amendments. We have a second. City Clerk, if you read back the motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Milliman moved and Councilmember Driscoll seconded to approve ordinance 22-2021, approving the Fourth Amendment to the Newton Property General Plan Development Plan, paren Aspen Grove.
Thank you. As soon as this thing pops up, we'll go.
Well, I want to pause and speak to the criteria before I cast a vote.
Okay, let's go back then. Go ahead.
I have to go first? I always have to go first. Here goes. So, yeah, just first of all, I want to thank all the community members who spoke at public comment. I want to thank the applicant, right? I know that this requires time and cost and risk. And I definitely want to thank staff for all of their hard work and expertise and their professional interactions with the public. I think you all did a great job, absolutely a great job. Just want to quickly remind the public what we're on about when we're doing quasi-judicial decision-making. It always bears reiterating. It's an incredibly limited way to make a decision, right? We can't consider anything we want to. We can't base our vote on anything we want to. We have to take facts developed during a public hearing and we have to apply them to criteria in the code. And here's some consequences of that, right? We heard a lot from the public about their concern that the height of these buildings would affect their views. I can't consider it because it's not listed in the criteria, right? The same thing with, I heard concern that, for example, this applicant, is based in California. They're not local. We can't consider it, right? We have to stick to the criteria and nothing else. And it's incredibly limiting. It's incredibly difficult. And I do it, but I don't like it. Not one bit. I don't want to say no to this one. I get what the applicant is saying about the decline in retail and the need to rehab this. And I get and I applaud the mixed-use concept. I've said over and over and over again from this dais that the closest thing we have to a silver bullet in terms of meeting a lot of our civic needs in the city is mixed-use development, right? It gets us housing, it gets us jobs, it gets us walkability, it gets us sales tax revenue. We devoted so much in the ULUC to making mixed use a major component of the future city of Littleton, right? The last thing I want is for Aspen Grove to become Columbine Square. And I think that's a risk. If council doesn't work and the city doesn't work with these applicants to make a viable project happen. No one wants that. No one in this city wants that. So with those sort of prefatory remarks, I'm going to walk through the criteria because I'm going to be a no vote. And I hate that. I do not want to be a no vote on this one. The first criteria, again, encourage more creative and effective use of land and public or private services and to accommodate changes in land development technology so that the resulting economies benefit the community. The concept is there. I think that a mixed-use development on the Aspen Grove site would benefit the community, but I do not have enough assurance with the 125,000 square foot minimum to make sure that I'm guaranteeing the future city that financial benefit. 125,000 square feet is a radical reduction from what is there now. It's less than half, right? I tried to get an amendment to get a higher permanent minimum. Council didn't go for it, that's council's prerogative, but I do not have enough confidence that, if future circumstances change and it gets harder and harder and harder to make a dollar in commercial real estate, that this applicant's not just gonna convert this property to primarily residential with just 125,000 square feet of commercial. That's not enough for me. The second one is a big deal for me also. Encourage innovation and efficiency in residential development to meet the growing demands for housing of all types and designs for persons of any social or economic status. I heard from counsel for the applicant, it was a mistake that the materials, when they came to council, said only market rate housing. That's an unfortunate mistake. I think with 2,000 units, there needs to be a guaranteed minimum amount of affordable and accessible housing. And I get what counsel for the applicant said, that this isn't just on the applicant. The city has no framework in place to mandate affordable housing. That's coming, I hope, in Q1 of next year. I think the city needs that framework. But we need that type of housing. The BBC Housing Study has told us over and over and over again that we need downsized housing for seniors, workforce housing, starter homes for young families, and affordable and accessible housing. And, I appreciate the public comment from folks associated with South Metro Housing Options and the Housing Task Force that by adding rooftops, we alleviate the housing crisis that the Front Range is facing. I just don't agree. Right, I think it's a regional supply problem. I think that if we add 2,000 rooftops, 2,000 residences at Aspen Grove, it absolutely does not follow that we get any of those types of housing that are our core housing needs. I think we get market rate housing, which is valuable, right? But it doesn't speak to our core housing needs. I wanted assurances that we would get affordable housing. 3 is encourage innovative development or redevelopment of land uses to meet contemporary needs of the community by providing for a greater variety and mix of uses, including those which may coexist on the same parcel or within the same building, as shown on an approved general PD plan. I think this one's definitely a yes, right? I mean, it is, it would be a mixed use development. Though, again, I have some hesitations about that 125,000 square feet compared to 2,000 units of residential. 4, provide a process which relates the design and development of a site to the particular characteristics of the site. I think this is a no because we don't have a site plan, right? We just have zoning generalities. So we can't, for example, say, will the south end of this property really contribute to this idea of transit-oriented development? Will it be open to the light rail station? I don't know, maybe, but I don't think we have enough assurances to say yes on number 4. Require that the nature and intensity of development be supported by adequate utilities, transportation network, drainage systems, and open space to serve the development and to minimize impacts on adjacent, existing, and future development. Couple comments here. I was disappointed in the tendency of some members of the public who spoke during public comment to simply not believe what our traffic engineer, Aaron Human, had to say on this point. If Aaron is telling us that we've done the traffic study, he's taken a look at it, and at certain thresholds, the commercial does not create a net gain to the traffic numbers, I believe Aaron. because he's the expert, and he's done the analysis, right? Simply saying, oh, well, that doesn't seem right, so I'm gonna disbelieve Aaron. I just didn't find that very, very convincing. I think at the numbers that are being discussed, 125,000 square feet, because that's the main motion, and 2,000 units, the answer is yes to this number 5. And that's based, again, on the good and expert work that Aaron does and always does on this question. Number 6, encourage development that is consistent with the policies and guidelines established in the comprehensive plan, the adopted comprehensive plan for the area. And for the city, I don't think we have any evidence on that, so I'll say no. I don't think anyone actually spoke to that. So based on the public record I have to say no. So I'm a no vote, unfortunately, really unfortunately.
Anybody else want to speak? Councilmember Rudnicki.
Okay. Well, we can keep Aspen Grove as is, or the danger is we will have an empty hulking shell to deal with someday. We talked about the 6 criteria. I think this project meets the 6 criteria that we're supposed to vote for. The changing face of retail is having an effect on Aspen Grove. Take a look at the streets of South Glen to see what struggling retail really looks like. Mixed use is a good use for this site. The new ULUC zoning map calls for the site to be corridor mixed use. Access to light rail and 2 major roads makes mixed use quite viable for this site. The development has a chance to be the transit adjacent, not transit oriented development, but a transit adjacent development that this site is really crying out to be. More housing, everyone's talking about more housing. Where else are we going to put new housing if not on sites like this? The applicant has mentioned pursuing affordable subsidized housing. We'll see, though. Affordable housing requires a subsidy from somebody else. I haven't seen the city put out a pot of gold into the mix to make that so. Last couple of points, traffic. The site, why is the site the boogeyman for creating a traffic problem that already exists and will get worse when more 70,000 ranches will be built to the south of Santa Fe? We have little control over Santa Fe traffic currently. This development, yes, I think it's going to be mostly a wash. But this is not your grandpa's Santa Fe anymore. It's going to get a lot more traffic, especially from the south. Lastly, this is a good plan. It's well laid out. It's an interesting combination of structures, plazas, walkable areas, green space, and the development proposes structured parking, costing a pretty penny. We can get rid of have less of the sea of parking that currently exists. So I'm going to be voting in favor of this development as the main motion calls out for.
Councilmember Milliman.
I want to piggyback and echo your sentiments about the transit adjacent development. You're right. This development is exactly what needs to be right there. We have a prime opportunity to use the RTD station and bring in more density, so more people will hopefully use that form of transportation and not their cars. And I agree with you. I'm very concerned that I think that this is a really good creative proposal. And if we don't do something, I agree with you. I think it's going to turn into a retail desert. And that's just not going to be good for our city going forward. So I really appreciate all of staff's work, everybody that was involved in this. I know it was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, as well as the applicant. Change is hard, but sometimes change is good. So I agree with the staff's reports and the findings, and that this rezone application meets the appropriate criteria, and I will be supporting this too as well.
Councilmember Driscoll.
As I said earlier, this is, I think, the toughest decision I've had to make since being on council in the last 4 years. And I'm struggling with our decision because it affects so many people, not just the people that, are overlooking Aspen Grove, but also those people that are Woolhurst, those people that drive Santa Fe and Mineral. And it's a big ask. Although I look at something like the Landmark up on Bellevue and 25, and that project turned out beautiful. I can envision Aspen Grove looking something like that. I've been asking myself the questions, have we done our due diligence? Has staff done our due diligence? I think I vote 99% of the time with staff. Are we confident in the traffic report? I think Aaron put my mind at ease there. Where will the residents park? The applicant put her mind at ease there. Is 85 feet too high? Can our schools really handle the additional students? To Scott's point, will they stop at 125,000 square feet of commercial, or will they go up to what they project, maybe upwards of 250 plus? In essence, replacing what they're going to be tearing out. There's just so many unknown questions. I understand, this is a 12 to 20 year build out. So is this a short-term, vision or short-term decision? What does 2040 look like after this all plays out? I'm thrilled that the applicant was willing to come from 2,500 units down to 2,000. 61 acres per, or 61 units per acre is a very nice compromise, down from upwards of, I think, 85 per acre. So I applaud them for that. So, I don't think there's any surprise. The three biggest concerns we have is, traffic volume, height of the buildings, and, 2,000 units with 2, 3, 4, 5 people in those units, depending on how big they are, that adds a tremendous amount of volume. But that being said, I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Councilmember Grove.
Overall, my concern is evaluating what the retailers need compared to our citizens. And so I will not be supporting this. I do not think it meets criteria 1, 2, 4, or 5.
That it? Thank you. Councilmember Fay.
There was nothing in the proposal that showed me that we were meeting criterion number 2, encourage innovation and efficiency in residential development to meet growing demands of housing of all types and designs for persons of any social or economic status. Therefore, I'll vote no.
Good, thank you. Guess that leaves me. Retail business has definitely changed, and Aspen Grove, like all others, are experiencing difficulties. They're remaking themselves, as they do every 10 years anyway. I'm concerned that this council did become a council of no over the last few years. We have turned down so many, I think, good developments. And I think this is another one I think does meet the criteria, and I'll certainly be a yes on it. Council, if you could, if we're ready to vote, if you could please read the motion, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Milliman moved and Councilmember Driscoll seconded to approve Ordinance 22-2021, approving the Fourth Amendment to the Newton Property General Plan Development Plan, paren Aspen Grove.
Great. So a 4 vote is in favor and against is opposed to this plan. Council, if you're ready to vote, please vote. Everybody vote. I think everybody's up there.
The vote is 5.
Go ahead. What's that again?
I hit plus, I thought I hit minus.
Do we want to correct Mayor Pro Tem's vote?
Let's go ahead and close. We're going to do it again, huh?
Okay.
Okay. It's all right, Scott. This is your last big vote of your, okay, so I'm doing a recall. Open. Is it back on there? Okay. If everybody please vote. Is it up there? Okay, cool.
One more.
Who has not voted?
There we go.
There. It might have been me.
The vote is 4-3, with council members Grove and Fay and Mayor Pro Tem Malin voting no. The motion carries.
Congratulations to the applicant.
Council, that was the last item on our agenda. It is 9:43. We are adjourned.